Thank you. We are currently located on land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among the Mississaugas peoples, and it's the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor, recognize, and respect the nation and its Indigenous people as the traditional stewards of the lands and waters of which we meet today. Members of Council, please be seated. I remind you to put your voting cards in. Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I can certify the attendance of all members of Council today with the exception of Councillor Beth Haddon, Foster, Nicholson, Ryan, Leahy, Mulcahy, and Smith. Councillor Brenner is serving as the alternate today for Mayor Ryan.
So Mayor Ryan and Mayor Foster are representing the region at the Nuclear Caucus meeting in Ottawa today. Members of Council, declarations of interest. Mayor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I don't have the reference in front of me, but I did declare a conflict at the Finance Committee meeting with regard to salaries. My son is a member of the Works Department.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Good morning. Thank you. In the budget, I'm declaring an interest in, I'm trying to find the section, Your Worship. I'm the chair of the Pickering Auxiliary Rescue Unit, and we receive operating grants from the region. So I'll find that and I'll put my slip in.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Collier.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Same as Councilor McLean. I also sit on the board of PARA, so when that comes forward, I will not be voting on that matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other declarations? Seeing none, we'll move on. Members of Council, announcements. Councilor Mayor Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make the announcement. Obviously, everyone that works for the region is an employee that we greatly value, and we celebrate for providing services to our community each and every day, whether they be at the front line or in the office here with DRPS or our EMS. But in particular, yesterday, along with yourself and other councillors such as Councillor Leahy, Councillor Smith, Councillor Neal, we were able to recognize a long-standing employee that was awarded with his recognition of service at the OGRA conference. Mike Badgley, 46 years with the Regional Municipality of Durham in our Works Department, as well as I believe Dan Blakely and Frank Posterero. Dan with 35 years and Frank with 32. So to everyone who participated in that recognition, as well as their fellow employees and those who continue to serve our municipality, we thank them for their service. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Mayor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and everyone who saw the Leafs game over the weekend saw that pretty magical moment. And Mr. Ayers is a Whitby resident, and he's pretty busy down in Carolina right now, becoming an official Carolinian, and having a day proclaimed after him and everything else. But it's just, you know, that's kind of everybody's sort of fantasy, right? You're going to move out of the crowd and go into the game and win. It's too bad he wasn't in a Leafs uniform, but it was a great event, and our staff are working on something you know, that can capture some of the magic of that particular event, and we'll certainly share that as it comes forward. But pretty neat night.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 points. One is last Saturday night was the coldest night of the year walk. It wasn't the coldest night of the year. And supported the refuge and homeless youth and youth at risk. Glad to say that the team that Mayor Carter and I were on raised $3,700 thanks to a number of members of council for your donations. Also that as of yesterday morning, we are close to $93,000 for the Oshawa refuge being collected from everybody that participated. A very large contingent from the Durham Regional Police Youth and Policing, which was great to see. Second announcement is that the annual Cloca Maple Syrup Festival at Purple Wood starts on March the 13th and runs The Monday, Tuesday of the March break, we are not there, but we are that first weekend, 13 to 15, and then from the Wednesday, the whole of March break, if people want to come up and have some pancakes and see how maple syrup is taken from the trees and all those type of good things, they're more than welcome to come. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to announce February 6th was a very big day for the town of Ajax. We found out late last year we were finalists for the Economic Development Council of Ontario Community Influencer of the Year Award, and our entire council did attend the event in Toronto on February the 6th, and we were the recipient of that very prestigious award. It was just a great moment for our town and for our council in that. And this, I think, speaks to all of Durham. We've been doing so many good things and so many new things this term of council as far as trying to move economic development forward. And generally, it's an economic development member or team that gets this award. But for a council to be recognized with something very different and something for the first time this to happen. But I think it speaks not only to the things that we're doing in the town, but also what we're doing as a region to help move economic development forward, and our very strong focus on job creation, attracting business, broadening our tax base, and building that commercial base. So I just want to say congratulations to my team. I think they're doing a great job, and to our economic development team and all of my colleagues at the region. Let's keep doing what we're doing. We're being recognized outside of our Durham region right now at a provincial level, and it's really exciting. Thank you.
Congratulations. Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Mitchell talked about goaltenders at Air Canada Centre, and Miss Susie Healy's here today, whose husband is Glenn Healy, who actually won some games with a Leaf uniform. And he's also a Stanley Cup winner, unfortunately not for the Toronto Maple Leafs, but the New York Rangers. So welcome, Ms. Healy.
Thank you. Councillor Imada.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I had the opportunity to attend the Emperor's birthday at the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center with Mayor Foster, Mayor Collier, and yourself. And I just think it was a great representation of Durham region councillors and mayors coming out to support economic development, work with the Consul General of Japan and with the country of Japan to see what we can eventually bring here to our region by strengthening ties. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? I do also want to recognize that it was also the coldest night of the year in the north part of our region as well. Do any of the participants want to comment on that? Mayor Drew?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, the northern three municipalities had an event on Saturday night in Port Perry, and it was the largest turnout ever. I don't have any financial results yet, but everyone was really pleased. And you've got over $24,000. Pretty good.
What an amazing story. Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. Just regarding the coldest night of the year, it was a great success, and I walked with Mayor Barton, and we did the 5 kilometers, and I want to thank him for carrying me the last 2.
Well, it's funny that you said that, because Mayor Barton was telling me that he had to take 3 steps for every one of yours. So he was very tired when he was finished. But members of council. Members of council, on the note of wearing pink, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of our staff in the building and members of council that have taken the opportunity to wear pink today. It's hard to believe that 2 young men in Berwick, Nova Scotia, who saw something in 2007, bought 50 pink shirts to help support a young man in their school. That event in 2007 has now gone around the world, and while they celebrate pink days on different dates. For example, the United Nations has declared it as May 4th. In New Zealand, it's actually celebrated on the 18th. Here, we celebrate it on this date. So to our staff and to all of you, thank you for what you've done, and thank you for being here today and participating. It is a great story for the region of Durham. Members of council, presentations. Our first presentation this morning is Elaine Baxter-Tahara, Chief Administrative Officer, and it's a year in review for 2019.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to be here to have this opportunity to review some of the accomplishments from 2019 as an introduction to our discussion on the 2020 budget and priorities. 2019, as you know, was a year of many changes, both politically and at the staff level, and the first year of the new council term, so it is a great opportunity to review this with you. We undertook many changes in the region to move towards a more modern and efficient governance structure. We aimed for better service, better experiences, and better outcomes for our stakeholders. This is a multi-year journey, and you'll be hearing more about that throughout the year and throughout the coming years. The following slides outline a fraction of our employee achievements from 2019, and we'll be sharing a more substantial report with you, the year in review, through the CIP in the spring. As a reminder, this year in review does not include initiatives from Durham Regional Police Service. Instead, it is the direct and great work of the region's 5,000 employees. The first slide that deals with customer service, and as we know, this is truly at the heart of what we do, to show our residents and stakeholders that we are truly in tune with their needs. We strive to be inclusive, transparent, efficient, and modern. Some examples of what we've achieved in 2019 are on the screen and include such significant numbers as answering over 442,000 calls at 4 of our call centers, updating our strategic plan in partnership with the community, assisting 45,000 people at our public front counter here at headquarters, and launching the Kids Ride Free initiative within Durham Transit. We used the Provincial Audit and Accountability Fund to help move us towards modernized options that complement our existing touchpoint, such as service counter modernization, telephone access, and improved digital services. You'll be hearing more about this in the coming months, but it will be a 2.5 to 3 year initiative. This includes beginning to streamline numerous customer service lines, and believe it or not, we have significantly more of those than we realized, this study discovered, with a view to getting towards one access point for our residents in a 311 type structure that is tailored to Durham, and that would address both telephone, counter, and online services. We understand that many of the services the region delivers do impact the daily lives of our residents, and I think that is why we as staff are so passionate about what we do, and it's why we are so proud to deliver so many award-winning services. The next area you've heard us talk about a fair bit in the last year is innovation and modernization. Over the year, our stakeholders have asked for more modernized service delivery and processes. Digital expectations of even our more vulnerable populations have been made clear to us. In 2019, we worked on more than 50 modernization projects, and some examples of this work included a new water billing portal, where we will be able to take our first online payments, and this is something we look forward to expanding over other services, an online public engagement platform, a renewed intranet for internal use, a database that allows service agencies to triage priority vulnerable individuals, matching them to appropriate housing supports in a streamlined way, an enterprise workforce scheduling platform, and we also tested a touchscreen wayfinding kiosk at headquarters. Understanding the needs to keep up with client expectations, regional employees have embraced innovation, collaboration, modernization, and continuous improvement. And I personally am very appreciative of this, because I know it has been a tremendous amount of change in a short period of time, and I'm just thrilled with the way staff have embraced it. To ensure that the modernization momentum continues, the Innovation and Research Unit that was previously in Social Services has been moved to the CAO's office. And you will see this reflected in the budget documents before you today, where there is a bump in the CA office budget, but a corresponding reduction in social services. And this is so that the skills and expertise of that team can work with all of the municipalities' departments with a view to achieving our innovation targets across the region. This was the unit that began social services on the Excellence Canada journey, and that may well be a journey that the region as a whole adopts going forward. Slide 3, this deals with continuous improvement, and as you know, this is essential to today's business model and certainly an expectation of the provincial government as our funding partner. So we do need to look at our processes and programs to see how we can increase efficiency and improve services. Employee knowledge plays a key role in our continuous improvement efforts, and that is why feedback and suggestions are consistently being requested and considered. And this is particularly true of requesting feedback from our frontline staff, who know better than all which service delivery models and processes are working and which have room for improvement. Some of the initiatives in this area that were accomplished in 2019 include expanding our transit routes, seeing a 392% increase on on-demand ridership in our 3 northern municipalities, and you'll be hearing more about how we plan to enhance this model in the coming months. Opening 6 electric vehicle charging stations at headquarters, and there will be another 36, I believe, opening up across the region as we worked in partnership with our local municipalities to access funding from other orders of government. We also created the broadband strategy and have begun implementing that, and we'll be reporting back to you with some recommendations in the spring. We released the 5-year review of our housing plan, received approval to create a housing master plan that will result in the creation of over 1,000 affordable units over a 5-year period, and are rolling out a new regional smoking and vaping bylaw that regulates smoking and vaping of tobacco, vapor products, and cannabis in public spaces in the workplace. And as you know, this was undertaken by Public Health last year. In 2019, we also took a modern approach to community engagement, and in a region the size of Durham, this is particularly important to ensure that we are reaching as many residents as possible in a way that is easy and effective for them. We see the first-hand benefits of this engagement. It drives social change, it creates positive relationships between the community and our organization, and allows us to better assess community needs and to better determine how to address them. It allows us to show our stakeholders that we are listening and that we are truly interested in their feedback. This past year, our outreach related to the new strategic plan. Several information sessions were held for transit as part of the rural review and for development of the solid waste master plan and our Envision Durham project. We used an online engagement tool that complemented the input collected through our social media channels and our website, and we also hosted a number of open houses related to the regional budget. We used our digital media to promote our focus on diversity and inclusion, and our communities are changing, so we need to reflect this. What we did find is we still have some work to do in community engagement, and I think what we've learned most of all is that the digital channels are definitely the most effective and the most embraced by the public, and that is critical for us to go out to where the public is, as opposed to asking the public to come to us. And again, I think that directly relates to the size and diversity of the region. So you'll be hearing more about refinements to community engagement, especially related to the budget process as the year progresses. Finally, in 2019, we enhanced our partnerships and undertook additional government relations work. As you know, we worked in collaboration with all 8 municipalities as part of the regional governance review. While the review was not advanced by the province, it certainly identified some low-hanging fruit that through the CAOs group and the various commissioners group, we're working together to address some areas in which we can work better together. We collectively developed a community climate change adaptation plan and energy plan, and are now in what I refer to as relentless implementation, especially now that Council has endorsed the climate emergency. We worked to enhance the quality of life for residents in 2019. We made the primary care outreach program permanent, allowing a paramedic and social worker to provide frontline outreach service to vulnerable populations. And one thing that we will be looking at going forward in this program is how we can expand it to be more of a 24/7 model, recognizing that these challenges, especially in the homeless, expand through the day and through the week. We also want supported inclusive childcare by using federal funding to help launch a simulated but safe space environment that will assist educators who are working with children that are exhibiting at-risk behaviors, especially with those with mental health requirements. And it's critically important that we really access and address these requirements when the children are young to ensure positive outcomes as they age. We advocated for our preference of a north route of the 401 for the Go Lakeshore East, and I don't want to really tempt fate, but I think we're just about there. It was approved by the Metrolinx board last week, and we are excited that it will be going to Treasury board likely in the summer. And we continue to press for a federal decision for the airport in Pickering, recognizing our goal of Durham region being Canada's next economic engine. Finally, we use the one-time gas tax to advance sustainability in transit and our social housing stock, and this will form key pilots for us as we look to electrification of our DRT fleet and also the region's fleet. I think I've lost my presentation. Oh, there we go. But that is it, members of council. We're happy to answer any questions on our 2019 accomplishments, and I apologize. I think I slid back to my whole old habit of referring to a city once or twice. Old habits die hard, but we're happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Nancy and Nicole, who will talk about where we are with the 2020 budget and priorities going forward.
So questions on the presentation? Councillor Crawford.
Just wondering if we could get a copy of the presentation.
Absolutely, yes. Okay. And again, there will be a more detailed report with the CIP in the spring, but we'll email this around.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of things to go through there, but specifically one thing that I'm interested in is the broadband. I've heard this for a while, that we're going to have broadband throughout the region. What we do have, the areas, it's in this day and age, are communities without even broadband service, and those that do have, it's antiquated and outdated. And if we're going to develop, it's a part of economic development. So when would you anticipate that the entire region would have updated broadband services? Was this a 5-year plan, a 2-year plan? Can you expound on that?
I don't think I could put a date on that. It's not something that we directly control, as you know, as it is market-driven. We do have our Economic Development Fund that was created when we did the long-term financial plan, and you will be getting a report in April in terms of what the region can do to encourage advancement of broadband in underserved and rural areas. We just completed a request for information in the private sector to get a sense of what the region can do to encourage private providers to enhance service delivery, especially in those underserved areas. So there will be more information before you at council in April.
As a follow-up, will you be soliciting funds from other levels of government to
Absolutely, and that was part of why we created the broadband strategy, and we did the request for expression of interest to ensure that as those funds become available, we are very clear on our partnership opportunities and on our needs.
Thank you. It's long overdue that we get moving on this. Thanks.
Seeing no other question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jonial.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the GO train announcement, what's your understanding of the current or the predicted date when a GO train will be extended to Bowmanville? Do you know?
I don't want to hazard a guess. I think it's a multi-year project. The initial, I'm looking at...
Okay, so does that mean it's before 2025, after 2025? What's your understanding at this point?
I would say 2025 is a good estimate. I'm just looking over at Brian to see if he can refine that any. I know it was planned for earlier than that, but given the delays in the re-review, we would hope we're on track for 2025. Council endorsed, and it will be formally approved as part of the budget, the creation of a transit-oriented development office. So we're already working with Metrolinx on what the role of that office will be and how we can work together to ensure the sites are properly and efficiently developed.
So I just, when I got here this morning, I was talking to a certain councillor who actually was part of an announcement about 4 years ago for the same project. Yes. So anyway, Councillor Anderson And at that time, it was supposed to be, I thought, 2023. So do you think it might be as late as 2030?
I would certainly hope not. We would certainly be pushing for 2025. As you know, as a result of the review that Metrolinx launched last year, we did undertake a very aggressive campaign to ensure they knew why the route had to be north of the 401.
Right.
They certainly heard that campaign and have acted on it. So
it's like deja vu, right? We've already heard. So
yeah, it may be a bit like deja vu, and I think that's probably the nature of a lot of transit projects, but we're certainly not planning to take the pressure off, and I think Metrolinx has clearly heard that we expect some investment to the east.
Okay, so, but through the chair, I guess they've already circled where the stations are going to be, so I'm just wondering how that transit-oriented development employees, like they're going to, the stations are fixed, right?
Well, the locations are fixed. There's the whole issue of what planning tools we want to put in place to ensure that they can be financed, that we are benefiting from the development, and that we're developing communities around those stations where people can walk to transit, that they're friendly, denser communities, and that there is a value return to the region as a result of that development.
Okay. I thought the local municipalities were already on dealing with that.
It's a partnership between local and region. So while we know where the stations are, in many cases we don't have the detailed design or the secondary plans around what the communities will look like, where the stations are going. It's a particular opportunity in Curtis where it is a greenfield site and has a tremendous opportunity to be a very forward-looking transit-oriented community. It's a little more challenging in the other areas, but it's a real opportunity to revitalize areas of Oshawa and other parts in the region.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Hare. Just following up on Councillor Neal's question, with the selection of the option 2 route, which includes a current using the existing CP rail bridge, instead of the design time and the build of a $400 million bridge over the 401, would you not think that that might shorten the completion time for the project rather than have it as the same amount of time that was projected before?
That's really a question that Metrolinx would have to answer, and they haven't talked to us about the critical path in terms of the delivery. It may shorten it. I don't know if there's going to be reinforcement work required, but that's something that Metrolinx will be looking at. They're working very closely with CP, and they have now agreement to use the CP rail, which is excellent news for us.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Yeah, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. 5.2, our next presentation is Ms. Nancy Taylor, Commissioner of Finance, and Nicole Pincombe, Director of Business Planning, Budgets, and Risk Management. The 2020 Regional Business Plans and Budgets for Property Tax Purposes, including General Purpose Solid Waste and Durham Regional Transit. Good morning.
Good morning. My apologies up front. We'll see how long my voice lasts today. I've been a victim of this terrible cold that's been going around, so we'll do our best, and Nicole may have to step in and assist if I tend to lose things here. So, Chair Henry, members of Regional Council, staff, and members of the public, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present a summary of the 2020 Durham Region Property Tax Supported Business Plans and Budgets. Before beginning today's presentation, I would like to take an opportunity to thank department heads and all the staff involved in the development of this budget that you see before you. It reflects collaborative efforts of staff across the entire organization. This presentation that you'll see is a high-level summary of the full budget presentation that was provided at the February 11th Finance and Administration Committee meeting, and a significant number of council members did attend that FNA meeting. So the amounts being reflected today, they do reflect what's in the budget documents at the council side. It has been amended to reflect the additional 20 officers that FNA approved on February 11th. So this is the all-in rolled up numbers coming out of the decisions made at Finance and Administration Committee. So the 2020 business plans and budgets before you represent a net property tax budgetary increase of 2.42%, which is lower than the 2.5% that Council approved as a guideline. And that 2.42% was achieved through sustainable use of reserves and reserve funds, development charges, and provincial and federal gas taxes. Completion of a line-by-line review, which we'll talk about a little bit, and it also includes the increased property taxes of approximately 0.53% to offset provincial funding reductions to ensure that we're maintaining service levels. And without those provincial funding cuts, we would be at 1.89%. So Durham Region Police, as you see on this slide, with the inclusion of 20 new officers, has an increase of 3.9% on their budget year over year. Durham Region Transit has achieved their target of 4.4%, and the conservation authorities as well have achieved their targets of 2.5% for the operating portion and 1.5% for the special benefiting portion. So altogether, this represents an approximate increase of $65 annually for a region-wide average residential homeowner, and we'll talk about that a little bit further on in the presentation. And I can't emphasize enough, that's on the top right of the slide, this budget focuses very significantly on frontline service delivery. That has been our priority and focus in the development of the budget. And then you do see here the key budget priorities that we responded to, and later on in the presentation, Nicole will touch base on each of those and the specific service delivery items that are within those priorities. So these two pie charts provide for you greater detail on the property tax supported portion of the budget. So our gross property tax budget, excluding water sewer, that's why we talk about gross property tax. Water and sewer, of course, you dealt with in December. The non-water sewer, which is the bulk of the rest of our services, total about $1.443 billion for 2020. The largest gross expenditure areas include social services at 27%, solid waste at 17%, police at just shy of 17%, roads and bridges around 13%, and regional transit at 7.6%. You will note a significant increase in the waste portion of the budget, and that's because we've included the original projections of the long-term organics management plan in the budget, but of course that will come back as a report to you before action is taken. So the $1.443 billion budget funding is showing on the right side of the chart. And so you can see from there, 48% of our budget is supported from property taxes, 21% is from provincial investments, and that's a decrease from 25% last year, and that's those reductions in provincial funding that we've addressed. Debenture proceeds are reflected here, and the majority of that does tie into the long-term organics management project. A small portion is for the new bus storage and maintenance facility in North Oshawa. And then of note, because we've had a number of discussions about this, 7.6% is coming from reserves and reserve funds. Last year this was 4.7%, so there's quite a significant shift of reserves and reserve fund financing for this budget, and it actually translates to about an additional $20 million. So with respect to the 48% of our budget that comes from property taxes, here's how those property tax dollars on a tax bill get split up across various service delivery items. So what you see here, based on an average residential home in Durham, it's about a $2,803 annual tax bill. And from that, you see about 30% of the tax bill goes to Durham Regional Police. About 18% or $44 a month funds social services. And that's an increase of about $3 per month as a result of the provincial subsidy change. And just so you're aware, of course, social services includes long-term care, services for seniors, children's services, family services, housing services, and social assistance, all rolled into that one bucket. And then about just shy of 13% for roads and bridges. So that gives you our top three, if you will, and the rest of them are listed there on the chart for you. So very quickly, our 2020 business plans and budget pressures. I'll touch a little bit on each one of these. So of course, we had annualizing of the 2019 budget decisions, and so that includes things like transit service enhancements and new positions that were in the 2019 budget. So that's about $4.3 million. Adjustments for one-time items that are budgeted in 1 year come out the next year, so that's a decrease of about $8 million in this year's budget. Contractual and inflationary adjustments, about $3 million, and economic increases relating to salary, benefit contracts, those kinds of things at about $10 million. Importantly, through the CAO's office, a line-by-line review was done this year, and that was a comprehensive review where all departments reviewed in detail 3 years of historical data to identify funds that they could find a room to carve out that wouldn't affect service levels. It involved being a little bit more risk taking as opposed to risk averse, and that was totaled about $4.1 million or 0.6% savings on the tax levy. And again, as mentioned, use of reserves and reserve funds, the 2020 budget includes a balanced and sustainable use of those reserve funds for the purposes for which they had been accumulated over the last number of years. So the total draw, and there's a chart in the budget report itself, is about $177 million from the reserve funds. And what will actually occur during the year is an additional $102 million if we're fortunate enough for the investment in the ICIP, the Investment in Canadian Infrastructure Program for transit. So you will have seen both through the servicing studies as well as an independent report from transit. Our applications went in for that, so we'll have to provide matching and non-eligible funding. So in effect, it's actually the 177 plus 102 million would be coming out of reserve funds this year for all of those purposes. And again, the provincial funding reductions are noted there. That was about $3.6 million across the programs and represented about 0.53% increase on the levy. The strategic investments is now my intro to Nicole. She's going to walk us through those various categories and let you know specifically what services, just from a very high level. We picked sort of the largest ones in each one to give you a sense of what kinds of services are actually incorporated in those. So I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Thanks, Nancy. And as Nancy has indicated, the next floor slides will highlight the strategic investments that are contained in the 2020 business plans and budgets for each of the region's 4 priority areas. The first priority area that we're going to talk about is responding to growth and affordability pressures and supporting the vulnerable sectors. Highlights of the key investments in this area include $400,000 in funding to undertake a comprehensive master housing strategy that supports and operationalizes the goals of the At Home in Durham plan. Also included is a detailed review of the region's Durham's Regionally Local Housing Corporation, DRLHC portfolio. It's much easier just to say that. A further $1 million has been included in the budget to advance the recommendations resulting from this master housing strategy and to work towards the achievement of Council's affordable housing targets that were set this fall. There's an increased investment in paramedic services of $1.1 million. This includes 1 new ambulance and 12 new paramedic staff, 6 ACPs, advanced care paramedics, and 6 primary care paramedics. And this new ambulance will be deployed along the Lakeshore Corridor. In addition, there's increased investment for the Incident Response Unit in paramedic services to provide advanced care paramedic response to critical calls throughout the evening hours. A 2020 investment of $1.5 million for 20 new full-time officers is also included. An additional 8 frontline staff at the region's long-term care homes include personal support workers, nurse practitioner, and registered practical nurses, and a recreational programmer. In addition, the 2020 budget includes the opening of a 25-bed behavioral specialized unit in Fairview Lodge. This unit is the first of its kind in the Durham region, and it brings an enhanced level of care for individuals experiencing responsive behaviors in conjunction with dementia. Durham must continue to adopt to new ways of doing things to ensure that the region delivers the services that citizens expect in an efficient manner while remaining responsive to changing community needs. Key priorities in this strategic area include implementing Vision Zero improvements, which include automatic speed enforcement, red light cameras, pavement marking initiatives, protected left-hand turn lanes, and the associated court and POA costs and revenues associated. Implementation of the corporate customer service strategy and citizen experience transformation project, including implementation and upgrade of a customer relationship management software application. implementing the Farm 911 program to improve emergency response times through 911 sign coverage and documentation of property access points. Initial work and consultation on design and development of a regional community improvement plan, and as has been discussed today, advancing the transit-oriented development opportunities on key transit corridors, including advancing the setup and of the TOD office. This slide illustrates the impact that changing legislation and regulation have had on the 2020 budget. As has already been discussed, the most significant impact in this area is the response to the reductions in the provincial funding to ensure that programs and service levels are maintained. The other very significant item is responding to Bill 108 and the changes to the Development Charge Act. Lastly, ongoing investment is required to maintain the region's property tax supported assets with an estimated replacement value of about $5.14 billion. The following are examples of infrastructure renewal projects that are included in the budget. Roads and structure rehabilitation and traffic management system upgrades totaling $88.3 million. Investing in a number of climate change initiatives that will strengthen the resiliency of the region's infrastructure and improve the environment. Additional funding of about $300,000, bringing the total investment to about $0.6 million to drive the implementation of Durham's Community Climate Adaptation Plan and the Durham Community Energy Plan. Grant funding under the region's new Community Investment Grant Policy. This includes funding to Durham College Whitby's campus for their expansion of approximately $667,000. The second of 3 payments to Trent University Durham for their expansion of $474,000, and increased investments for Oak Ridge's hospice, bringing the total investment to $709,650, and this helps support their increase from 5 to 8 beds, as well as increased investment for Durham Region Hospice that's located in Clarington, bringing the total investment to that hospice to $625,300, again, reflecting the increase in their size from 5 to 9 beds. I'll turn it back to Nancy, who will highlight the property tax impacts.
So if I may, that always brings us back to, okay, what does this mean to taxpayers in Durham? So what we have here is a sequence of categories to show you what's exactly happening within those sections. So what we have incorporated all together is the reassessment, the policy impacts and budgetary impacts on the regional portion of the tax bill. So this doesn't speak at all to local and education pieces. So in the top third of the slide, you see the impact on our average residential property owner in Durham. So the average CVA of $483,100. So their 2020 property tax bill will be $2,803 that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. So if you start from 2019 of $2,731, you have a $7 reassessment increase and a $65 budgetary increase that was referenced earlier. So that gives you a resulting net impact of about $72 on an average home. In the middle section, we're talking about the commercial categories of property. So we've an average CVA here, or a CVA example here, because it's very hard to find averages when you get into the non-res, of $500,000. Their tax bill last year would have been about $4174. Now it'll end up at $4204. So that includes a $68 reassessment decrease and a $98 budgetary increase. So that brings you to a net $30 impact. And then the bottom section of the slide is I'll say, the best news of the day with respect to our industrial property taxes. So on an average industrial owner of $1 million, what's happening there is they're having a reassessment decrease of $456. And then as a result of tax policy decisions that this council made in 2018, there's also a $457 decrease from phasing out tax policy issues with respect to vacant and excess. So when you layer on the budgetary increase of $274, you are actually resulting in a $639 decrease on the regional share of the industrial property tax bill based on this example. So that gives you that perspective of what it means for various property types within the region as a result of approving the budget today. And on that note, we'd be pleased to take any questions on the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor John Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Under the health program, through you, Mr. Chair, in regards to the coronavirus, I see under administration, health analytics and administration, we're allowing an amount there. Will there be any provincial funding coming forward in light of what's taking place?
If I may defer.
I don't know, I might be jumping ahead of myself for questions under health, but I thought I'd ask it now.
So, members of council, it's questions to the presentation. We can do the other questions later, but I'll have Dr. Kyle, if you could respond to that, please.
Chair, we're not aware of any specific funding that's going to be made available. However, we in health are tracking our overtime and so forth, and there is precedent in the past for the province to provide one-time only funding for extraordinary cost for emerging infectious diseases like this, but there has been no specific announcement at this point in time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Neal, follow-up?
Well, I was just going to say, I guess they haven't announced it as a pandemic as of yet, so that could have something to do with it. And also under cannabis enforcement.
That's to the presentation, please.
Yeah.
So you can ask.
Do we have that? Okay.
You can ask that question during the budget process.
Well, I'll leave that question then to under the health, directly under the health. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Congratulations to your staff and to all staff for coming up with, going through the line by line and coming up with efficiencies. And in order to meet the needs, the growing needs of Durham, and we have the result of the provincial cutbacks. How are we going to do that next year if there are additional provincial cutbacks? I am concerned that we will not be able to maintain services as they are now.
Very difficult question. Thank you for that. Through the chair, our challenge is that we are very much unaware of what actions, further actions the province may or may not take. So we've picked up the implications of the things that we know of, and we've made assumptions in this budget where we would normally have anticipated increases where we have not factored that in. So we positioned ourselves to the best we can with respect to what we know today, but during the course of the year we will have to track the implications of everything that's going on and see whether there are further inroads into some areas, and we'll simply have to come up with a plan and respond to council for that for the next budget year.
Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, through the chair. With this line-by-line reductions, what I saw when I looked at some of the budgets is they went down, but then they went way up. So it sort of shot way past the line-by-line reduction. And so do you know how much the overall operating expenses have gone up? I'm not talking tax levy here. I'm talking about expenses, because it seemed to me they went up quite a bit more than, say, 2.5%. And I'm not even talking about capital for the moment.
So if I may, through the chair, in the, I think it's tab 1 in the binder, there is a summary of the gross changes in the budget, and I don't have that with me. It's back.
So do you know the percentage? I guess what I'm getting at is, do you know the percentage increase in the spending overall?
And that is reflected on that chart. As I say, if I...
So tab 1 of the binder. I've got, I don't see a tab 1. I see a...
So, sorry, attachment 1 to the report, which is immediately behind the body of the report. There is a summary.
Are you talking about the F&A report?
Yes, page 45. It may be 46 in the regional printed version. And so that's entitled, it's attachment 1, it's entitled Summary Estimated Gross and Net Budget Expenditures. And our net, for all regional services, including water sewer, it's 4.23% is the net change, but the gross expenditures are, of course, higher than that. So you can see on those charts what that looks like.
So your gross expenditure is You said higher than that?
So the gross expenditure is 9.5% increase, but keep in mind, that's a gross expenditure number, so you have lots of funding things that come in through to
Right.
offset that.
Okay. And is that after taking into account the withdrawals from reserve funds?
So that number as a gross expenditure is not offset by any revenue. So once you offset the revenues and work your way down, that's how we come to the 2.42 ultimate tax levy effect.
No, but I guess what I'm getting at is to get to that number, did you have to take money out of reserve funds to get to the to get to that increase?
To get to the 2.42, yes.
Okay.
That number that you see on that page is gross all expenditures with not a single revenue
Okay.
subtracted off.
Right. So I want to ask you, and again, Mr. Chair, if maybe I have questions about Seaton, so maybe that wasn't part of the presentation, so I'll defer that.
Bring
Okay.
it up at the appropriate time, please.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Seeing none, thank you. To you and your staff, thank you. It was many long nights and weekends to get this budget to council. It's truly appreciated. It has been well done and well put together, and thank you.
Thank you.
Members of council, if you would go to item number 6, adoption of the minutes. Could I have someone move that, please? Moved by Mayor Carter, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. Under communications, could we go to section 7, item number CC02? Councillor Smith, you were our representative at the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair. Would you continue, or would you be willing to continue to do that?
Yes, I would.
Members of council, I'm looking for a move by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles, that Councillor Ted Smith be our representative at the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair Board of Governors. Is there any other nominations at this time? Seeing none, and you've heard Councillor Smith accept it, so we'll just formalize it with the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Congratulations, Councillor Smith.
I was going to nominate Councillor Collier, but I guess it's too late now.
It's too late. Sorry. Thank you. On item number CC03, it's correspondence from Durham Regional Police Services Boards on protocol for sharing information. Could I get a motion to adopt the amendments to the protocol, please? Moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. On item CC04, it's the confidential memorandum from Jason Hunt, Director of Legal Service, on the Ortono Road petition. Could I get a motion to refer that to consideration of report number 2019 W89? It's item 11.1 under unfinished business. Moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Kerr. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. Okay. So that takes us to delegations. Okay. So members of council, we're now on to item 8. The public has been given notice via media release that the Regional Council today is intending to review and adopt or amend the 2020 regional business plans and budgets, including related fees and charges, and the 2020 regional property tax rates. Is there any member of the public present at this meeting to wish to appear on this matter? Again, for the second time, is there any member of the public here wishing to speak on this matter? Third and final time. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak on this matter today? Seeing none, we will move on. We do have, that was 8.1. We'll now move on to 8.2.
This is this request to speak.
Yeah, so members of council, we have a request to speak. He's here today. His name is Mr. Richard Ward. It's to speak to an item. He's asked to be heard. It would take 2/3. So moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councillor Anderson. The motion is to hear.
What's the subject matter, Mr. Chair?
It's a request to speak to council today's date regarding and I'll just read it. It's a service regarding, well, on October 15th, 2019, he spoke to the Police Services Board regarding a criminal complaint. It goes to deal with an issue about challenges that he's had in Clarington. He's asked to be heard. I will have the clerk send this out electronically. Can we do that right now? Is it ready to go? I'm going to have them send it out electronically to all members of council.
Okay.
Before you do that, I'm going to ask for, I think it'd be appropriate so you can
5
read
minutes?
it. 10-minute
10-minute recess? Okay.
So that you can read it. Move
Yeah.
by. So, a 10.
I'll move it.
Sorry, somebody speak. Oh, members of council. A motion for a 10-minute recess while the information is circulated. All members of council? Okay. All those in favor? Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Chapman, on a 10-minute recess so the information can be circulated. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. That carries. Members of council are in recess for 10 minutes. call this meeting back to order. So the motion is been moved to here. It will take 2/3. It was moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri and seconded by, seconder was? Councillor Anderson. Okay. So on the motion to hear, it will take 2/3. All those in favor to hear? Okay, actually, you know what?
Record a vote.
Call for a recorded vote called by Councillor McLean.
The vote is open. Councillor Dies. The vote is closed.
Okay, it is defeated. Mr. Ward, you will not be able to address council today. All right. We'll move on to notices of motion. Item number 9, low carbon fleet strategy. Councillor, Councillor Leahy and Councillor, your seconder was? Councillor Yamada. It's page 37 of the agenda, item 9.1. You prepared to move ahead with today? Okay, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and members of council. So hopefully you'll join in supporting Councillor Yamada and I with this notice of motion. Sitting on the Durham Region Roundtable for Climate Change, this topic has come up a few times of how we as a region can build a strategy to try and essentially electrify our fleet, or as we've stated with, you'll see in the motion with the snow plows and things where we're not quite there with electrification, ways to reduce our carbon footprint. So the topic of the item is a low carbon fleet strategy, and we're tried to speak about it at budget this year, but again, that just was too difficult. We're too far down the budget process for having impact for 2020. So that's why I wanted to bring it up today on budget day when we're talking about 2020 and how we can influence the 2021 budget and try and find ways to reduce our overall carbon footprint. We're buying vehicles. We have vehicles that have multiple purposes. We're purchasing the buses, so we are taking the leadership role on the transit file, so we're appreciative of that, and that's fabulous, but we want to try and find ways that we can use our purchasing power and ways to improve our lower our carbon footprint, essentially. So I won't bore you with reading with the entire motion. You have it in front of you. But as on Whitby Council on Monday night, part of the debate came up is actually we added another piece to the motion. So I've actually sent to the clerk to add an item 3 that we also request the province to reinstate a electric vehicle a rebate program, which was part of the debate that we had at Whitby Council, which is related to this and trying to reduce our overall carbon footprint. And it's an opportunity for us to ask the province to reinstate that. Right now, there's just the federal EV rebate of $7,500 that I'm sure you're all aware of. But if we can add that as an item 3, I sent it in writing to Ralph if it's there, and we can see that there. So it's related to the same thing, so we can send that piece at the same time. So I hope we have your support on this motion today. Thank you.
Before you speak, Councillor Yamada, are you moving the amendment?
Yes, I am, Chair.
And the amendment is?
Let me just pull it up.
Well, we have it here, so could you read? I'll get the clerk to read it back, please.
It would be the addition of a new operative paragraph, and that is that the regional municipality of Durham requests the province of Ontario to reinstate an electric vehicle rebate program.
Seconded by Councillor Smith. Okay. Are you going to speak to the amendment, or are you going to speak to both now?
Both, Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and I'm happy to support Councillor Leahy's motion. I think anything that we can do to combat climate change at a local level is really important. I'm a full supporter of electric vehicles. I'd like to see what we can do working with the Ontario government to try to reinstate the rebate and work toward electrifying our fleet so that we can show, from a leadership perspective, that we're doing more, that these climate emergencies aren't just words, that they're actions that we're actually taking from a local level.
Just a quick question. I'm just going to ask a quick question because as the world is changing, so on your amendment, are you referring to vehicles for transportation, or are you referring to all vehicles, which also include agricultural-related vehicles?
I would like to see what we can, going back to the rebate program that the province had. I know this would sort of cover, what we're asking for here would cover within that past program.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment, is there anyone seeing no hands? So on the amendment, all those in favor? On the main motion, as the motion is amended, anyone wishing to speak?
I'll call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote?
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
It is unanimous. Carries. Okay. We'll move on to we'll move on to committee reports, item number 10.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry, Councillor, or Mayor Carter.
I've been advised, I've been advised that I should introduce this motion in regards to a municipal act, section 2591, that I should introduce it at this particular time in regards to Councillor Nicholson.
You have the floor, go ahead, please.
Okay, moved by myself, second by Councillor Chapman, whereas section 2591 of the Municipal Act 2001 provides the office of a member of council of a municipality to become vacant if a member in part is absent from the meetings of council for 3 consecutive months without being authorized to do so by resolution of council. Now therefore be it resolved that the Durham Regional Council authorizes Councillor Nicholson to be absent for 3 consecutive months. As many people know that he is having surgeries, having some difficulty in regards to his physical health, and he is taking this time to be able to undergo that surgery. So I ask for council support in this matter. Thank you, sir.
So it has been moved and seconded on the motion.
Sorry, don't you need a motion to suspend the rules to introduce a motion off the floor?
So I'm just being advised. Thank you, Councillor Neal. Okay, thank you.
I'll move to suspend the rules.
Okay, so move to suspend the rules by Councillor Neal, Joe Neal, and Councillor Marin Pietri. On suspending the rules, Mr. Clerk, 2/3 or simple majority? Okay, I'll need to see everybody's hands. All those in favor? Opposed? None. So we have the 2/3. Councillor, or Mayor Carter and Mayor Chapman have introduced the motion. We'll call the vote on the motion.
Sorry, can I have the motion just read back, the end of it?
Sure. I'll read the whole thing once again because I didn't do a very good job of that.
We can actually display it.
I'm sorry, sir?
We can display it.
Yeah, that'd be good, but
You
just don't want to hear me do it again.
It's on your screen.
I booted the crap out of it the first time. Hey.
Remember, it's Pink Shirt Day. Okay, so there's the motion on the screen before you. It should be on your screens in front of you as well.
So, just a question
go ahead
to the motion. So, just so I'm clear, so does that, what happens if there's another meeting? Do you have to pass another motion? Like another meeting if he's not present? Do you have to pass another motion, or is this prospective or just retrospective?
So I'll have the clerk address that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the intent of this motion is to provide him for permission to be absent from January, February, and March. Then the clock starts again in April.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Members of council, we'll move on to committee reports. And we'll start with finance and administration. Mayor Collier, you're filling in for Mayor Foster, so. Okay. Moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Councillor Rash, that the recommendations contained in items 1 to 4 inclusive of report number 2 of the Finance Administration Committee be adopted.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any polls by committee?
I'd like to pull item number 3.
Who's speaking? I had Councillor Drew first.
Thank you. I just want my conflict, that's A1.
Okay. A1.
And Councillor McLean has a conflict as well.
And I have a conflict as well. And McLean and I are both on CC.
Yep.
Councillor Brenner?
I'd like to pull item 3 on page 47, and that would be item 3, and it would be line item FF.
Okay. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to do the vote, so when the time comes, I'd like to make a motion to divide 3AI. 1, departmental operations.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
Is that correct? CC, which are both for persons' conflict of interest, and FF has already been pulled, but I'd like to have those 3 voted on separately, please.
Divide, CC, and FF. We will get to that after comments. Councillor Crawford?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. I'd like to have, I have a question on the police addition. So that's 3.5, right?
Which is that is? Okay, so 3AI
Thank you.
and B. And AB. Okay, Councillor Neal.
Well, I want to pull all of 3, so.
Okay.
Clear if 3's been pulled or not, like, or just specific sections of 3.
We'll pull 3.
Okay,
That's fine.
thanks.
Was there anybody else on this side? Councillor Mitchell?
Thanks. I just want to confirm that the Toronto Global item, is that captured under number 3?
That's FF.
Okay, thank you.
You wish to pull FF?
It's been pulled.
Well, I think all of 3 is pulled, but that'll be before us then.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Any further polls? On the remainder, so just let me go up here, make sure I have it right. So we have,
So I'm going to pull item 1, 2, Mr. Chair.
so A1, we have conflict, Councillor Drew. CC, we have conflicts, myself and Councillor McLean. Councillor Brenner has pulled FF. And Councillor Joe Neal, you also wanted to pull 1? 1.
So that leaves 2
Okay.
2 and 4.
Yep. So that leaves us with item 2 and 4. Can we have a mover on 2? Oh, sorry, they're already moved. On 2 and 4. Those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. On item, we'll go in order. Well, yeah, we'll go in order. Joe Neal, Councillor Neal, item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what's the actual increase per kilometer that's part of this report?
Taylor?
Through the chair, I think it's gone from 58 to 59 cents a kilometer.
Okay, and what about these monthly advances? Are they going up or not?
If I may, through the chair, if you can reflect the specific section that you're looking at, I think the monthly advances are likely the same because they're reconciled at the end of the year. So I don't know that we would increase the dollar value of the monthly advances for the sake of a penny, but they're all reconciled at the end of the year to exact.
So I've raised this question before about regional vehicles being driven, for example, to Peterborough and places like that. Like people live in Peterborough and they're driving regional vehicles back and forth, which makes no sense to me, but is that still allowed?
So if I may, through the chair, if you look at the policy item 3.3, so employees on standby who are using a regional vehicle, they are charged a taxable benefit on their T4 for usage from home to their site, and then the site out is what they are not charged a taxable benefit on. So yes, they are allowed on standby to have a regional vehicle going home so that they can respond to whatever incident it is from their home location, but they are assessed a taxable benefit for anything that is not used for a work purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on item 1? Can we have someone move item 1, please? Moved by Councillor Barton, second by Councillor Lee. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 3. I know, Councillor Brennan, you pulled it first, but I believe you probably have a motion. So I'll go to questions first. So Councillor Neal, I think you were next with questions to item 3. Or did you have a motion also?
Well, I do have a number of questions, so if I could put those.
Let's get the questions first. So item 3.
And then
we'll start with your
if you want to make comments on it, you comments later?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I guess first question is, the post-retirement benefits, I see that there's two things. There's the annual cost, and then we have an unfunded liability. So the cost just for retiree benefits is over $13 million this year, just for that's what the tax base is going to support.
If I may, through the chair, if that's I provided you the detail in an email. I didn't print it with me today, but if that's what was provided in the detail,
Actually, it's right out of the binder, I think. So now, does that include, like, what's the situation with sick leave? Like, do we have a post or a sick leave unfunded liability as well?
Yes. So if you look at our 2018 financial statements, our post-employment liabilities include both health and dental type benefits based on your category, so sort of the medical kinds of benefits, and there is the sick leave
so
as well.
Where's the sick leave sit right now? Because
if I may, through the chair, I can send you the information that's in our financial statements for that. We don't have 2019 financial statements done, so the actuaries are still updating the information for 2019.
But is that still accumulating, the sick leave portion for employees?
So if I may, through the chair, there has been a change with respect to management exempt, and if I may request that the commissioner beside me may comment on that change in policy.
So in 2019, management exempt moved off the sick leave accrual program to a short-term protection plan. And we are looking at that for the rest of the organization moving forward over the next few years.
So all of any manager and above is now off sick leave?
There was an option for the manager to move on to the program. Any new management hired are automatically in that program. We had an over 85% uptake on that program.
Okay. And there was one of, like in the binder, there was a mention of a transfer for sick leave reserve, $420,000 for transit, so for retiree benefits. So is that funding ongoing retiree sick leave? Is that?
So if I may, through the chair, that has to do with a settlement issue pertaining to Oshawa with respect to transit coming in. So that's a legal settlement that drives that dollar value.
Okay. So I'd asked about, when I attended the F&A meeting, I'd asked about a chart that we saw a couple years ago that showed the rate of growth of the population versus the rate of growth of staffing numbers. So is that available now, or to be? Because I did ask that about that several weeks ago.
So if I may, through the chair, my apologies, at the time we didn't write that down. So this morning we were putting together those numbers. So I have it verbally for you, but I don't have a chart. We can email out the chart to all of council. Again, my apologies through the chair. So the growth from 2012 to 2019, based on planning estimates of annual population, is about a 7.4% cumulative. And the growth in new staff, FTE staffing costs from that same period of time is about 9.3%.
What about actual numbers of employees? Like,
if I may, through the chair, the actual numbers of employees, I think we'd probably have to email to you because I have a.
You don't have that? Okay.
I don't have it broken down. I don't believe I have police in this scribbles that I have, just because we were trying to put that together for you this morning. My apologies. We can certainly send that.
So, okay, so, all right, I'll address that after. I thought it was a fairly simple thing to put together, but anyway. So just, can you confirm, the new assessment will be $8 million this year? That's in absolute dollars?
So through the chair, the assessment growth is noted as on the attachments to the report. And so it does give you the summary there of what the assessment growth dollar values are. Let me just flip to that page for the benefit of council. So if you look to, I'm in the actual budget report itself, not the regional report that you see. But if you look to on our recommendations page, again, my apologies for flipping pages here, our assessment growth numbers are 1.7%, and that translates to approximately at 6.9 million for 1%. So you're looking at about 14 million.
Okay, so you're saying, because I thought I got a number of about 8 million when I asked it at F&A.
So a 1%, sorry, a 1% on the levy is about a $6.69 million. Okay. So assessment growth of 1.7%. If you multiply 1.7 times that 6.7 million is what the additional revenue would be for assessment growth.
Now, just in terms of the benefits, there's back to the benefits for a minute. There's a mention of some group that gets benefits for life post-retirement. What group is that?
That would be the Oshawa Transit Group that joined.
I see. So they get benefits for as long as they're alive. Okay. Okay.
Through the chair, that group is shrinking down in size as they go, but
right,
that is also.
Got it. Okay. And now I want to ask you about there was restated numbers in the budget. So it showed that, for example, there was something reference to the debt going up by 4.5 million restated. Could you explain that, please?
If I may, if you have a page to refer to for me, that would be helpful.
Well, it was right at the start. Like it's, you go to page, I've got page 239, restated budget. Am I missing something there? Like what actually got restated? Was there additional debt, or I'm just am I misinterpreting the
My
chart?
apologies through the chair. Whenever you see any column head that says restated budget, all we have done there is reflected approvals by council during the course of the year of things that have occurred, so that when we're comparing the base, the 2020 to 2019, we don't have to explain mid-year changes.
Okay, so I want to ask you about, like we've got a lot of staffing in this budget, new staffing, but one of my concerns is we've got the Seton, I guess, facilities coming up in the next couple of years, right? So, and my understanding is the development charges that, or the other funding mechanisms for Seton, which I don't fully understand, because they have their own DCs, right, for Seton? They're not...
That's correct.
They're not putting, the Seton development charges aren't going into the general development charge fund, as far as I understand.
So the Seton charges for particular identifiable projects have an area-specific development charge that covers off work that, there's this multi-party agreement that covers off work both that the developers are charged to do as well as work that we're doing. However, there is the people that would be building in Seton also pay a development charge for the overarching services that the region provides in the normal development
But
charge.
that won't pay for the operating expenses, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Development charges won't cover operating.
So my understanding is, for example, in about roughly 2 years or 2 to 3 years, we're going to have various, like Ontario Works, social services staffing their police, ambulance. So I'm kind of concerned about, we're adding a lot of police, but we've got a new station coming there, which is going to have to be staffed. Are we, I guess, ramping up the salary costs too much now, given what's coming at us with Seton?
So if I may, through the chair, the Police West Division facility is looking to come on stream, say 2024, 2025 timeframe in general. And my apologies, I'm speaking on behalf of the police, but the officers that you see in the budget today have nothing to do with that future requirement. Those are officers to meet the needs of the existing population as it exists today.
Well, I understand that, but I guess if you were planning down the road, like, we've got a big, it's like a freight train coming at us, to me, in terms of the staffing costs, once we start opening up these facilities in Seton.
So if I may, there's a couple of things that I'll say particular to the police. Of course, they are looking at doing a forecasting themselves of staffing. So that was mentioned, I think, at Finance and Administration Committee. With respect to Seton itself, not including just police, but with respect to the entire facility, what we have commenced doing, I think, starting 2 years ago, is as the growth starts to filter on for Seton, we have been setting that aside so that it's not absorbed into the main body of the budget, so that when the costs start to come on stream for Seton, the budget dollars for the growth will come on stream at the same time, so that we're matching it to try to avoid as much as possible implications on the main tax levy. That being said, we will continue to do projections because, as we've often said, and you hear at your local councils, growth doesn't pay for growth necessarily in an operational perspective. So we will continue to model that as time goes by, but this council decided, I want to say 2 years ago, but it was just before my time, that as the growth comes on stream for Seton, it would be set aside so that at the very least it's available in a lump sum to match when the costs start to come on stream for physical services that are being delivered.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about withdrawals from reserve funds. So it's my understanding that, for example, in 2019, there was a net withdrawal from reserve funds. In other words, what we put into reserves versus what we took out. Do you know how much higher that was, the withdrawals versus what was paid into the reserve funds for 2019?
So I don't have exactly that number. What I can tell you is that it depends on what you want to include, and I don't mean to make it sound like I'm dancing around things. So draws from reserves and reserve funds also include things like development charges and gas tax funding. So trying to hive all of that out.
Non-development charges.
So when we hive all of that out, we've essentially, as mentioned in the presentation, there's been about a $20 million increase in the gross draws from reserve funds for the purposes of this budget.
For 2020, right?
For 2020.
So what I'm trying to ask is, so what was that absolute number in 2019? Because you're saying it's $20 million higher in 2020, so I'm trying to understand what the net withdrawals are.
So last year, the net withdrawals, again, it depends on what you subtract and add in. So we were trying to pull that together. Thank you for giving me a heads up this morning that you're going to ask that question. We were trying to pull and extract the property tax levy-based ones only, as opposed to ones that relate to all of these other items. So last year, if you go backwards and adjust for all of that, there was an implication last year of a draw into the reserve funds. This year, it's a net draw out of 10 million. So, and if I may, the Director of Budget is also going to join. So our change in the amount that we're pulling out gross from reserve funds is 20 million.
Okay, all right. All right. Now, just the sick leave reserve, or the sick leave amounts, you said management has changed. So is frontline staff still accumulating sick leave? Are we still having to fund sick leave payments out of?
If I may.
Like when, in other words, when they leave employment, do they get a payment for sick leave, not used or unused sick leave?
Through the chair, I'll defer that to the Commissioner of HR.
So through the chair, yes, those staff that have been with the region for a period of 5 years or more would take a sick leave gratuity if they have it in their bank up to a certain period of time.
So that still continues, like even for new hires?
That continues for those staff that are in a unionized position as part of their collective bargaining.
Okay, I guess I won't ask the next question, which I'd like to follow up with, but, okay, thank you very much. I have some further comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all my questions.
Councillor Crawford, on on item 3, 3A, I, and B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I asked the police to come here, I should probably have questions for you, right? I was just curious. I'm very happy to see that we're adding 20 new police officers in this year's budget, along with last year's at 40. I'm wondering what our current staffing levels are at this point, and how close we are to closing the gap to being fully staffed.
Hey, who do we have here from DRPS that could speak to that? Councillor Ash?
Well, our Director of Business Services is here if there's specific questions in regards to deployment. I do have some information about officers not being fully deployed, if that's your question. We do have authorized strength, I believe, of 900 approximately for uniform officers and approximately 300 for civilians. I also want to make note of Colin Goodwin, who is the president of the Durham Police Association. And I also want to acknowledge, Mr. Chair, that it's Ash Wednesday. So, Mr. Leash or I could answer if you have specific questions. I do have the deployment issues, though.
So my specific question would be, what is the number for the full complement of being fully staffed as a police department?
The authorized strength for sworn is 906 members, and civilian, I believe, is 308.
And what are we today?
I don't have the figure today. The last report that went to the board, I believe that the actual strength was very close to authorized on sworn, and it's about 20 below that for civilian.
So does that also take into effect that about 15% that are either on, have mental illness or on medical leave, whether that's flu or injuries or anything? Is that included in that? Because that's about 185 people that would be off. That seems to be statistical.
Your figure is correct. So the figure I gave you is how many people are on the payroll.
Right.
And then that report indicates how many of those people who are employed are not doing their full duties due to illness or other issues, maternity, et cetera.
Right. Okay. So is that factored into your full deployment number? Because at any given time, especially now with paternity leave, you don't have to be a woman to get mat leave. So correct. Is that now factored into that? Your full deployment?
Well, we go by the term authorized, authorized deployment, so that's how many people are authorized to be hired and funded through the budget. So that's one number. The second number is how many people are actually on the payroll, and that was the second number I gave you. Now, of those people who are actually on the payroll, not all, for various reasons, are able to be at work and doing their full duties. And that is that around 15% number, which would be off that.
Councillor Ash, you had something to add?
Thank you. Actually, I have the actual numbers because this was on our board agenda, I think, which Councillor Crawford attended on Tuesday last. We have 193 officers and civilians not fully deployed. Uniformed officers have 42 permanent accommodations. We have 25 temporary accommodations. We have 15 officers on WSIB on a long-term basis. We have 21 officers on WSIB on a temporary basis. We have 10 officers on LTD. We have 9 off on non-occupational sick, and we have 8 officers either on paternity or maternity leave. In regards to our civilians, we have 26 permanent accommodation, 7 temporary accommodation. They're still working. They're just not fully deployed. 11 off on WSIB, 4 off on temporary WSIB, also 10 off on LTD, and 3 off on maternity or paternity leave. Total number of officers or civilians not fully deployed is 193.
Thank you. I think I came in right after that was discussed, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I had, next on the speaking list was Councillor Brenner.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pickles, to strike clause FF from budget report item 3 of the F&A report on page 47. And if I can speak to it.
Okay, that's dealing with the Toronto Global?
That's correct.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I asked council to consider this motion because when you think of the benefit that is provided by Toronto Global, you need to look at it in the broader context. I probably maybe several years ago would have taken a different perspective, and I may have been one of the ones that would have been agreeing with F&A back then that maybe we need to look at it. But today we are in different times. We're in a time of competition, and I quote, that is from our own recent 2020 staff memorandum that was provided to us today in response to looking at Toronto Global again. But more importantly, earlier today we had a presentation from staff, and I caught the words, Durham as an economic driver for Ontario and Canada. If we expect to be an economic driver, we need to be at the table. I say that because I'm also aware that the city of Pickering and our future is that key to that economic driver, along with the rest of the region. In a couple of weeks, I think our regional chair will be speaking at Build Toronto. Again, it's a Toronto base, but it's GTA-wide. I think that our economic development staff do a great job here at the region. I've monitored it from at the city level and when I've attended regional meetings. So it's not about that they don't need the extra resources, don't need the extra money, but it's about the benefit, and it's a huge benefit, a competitive edge that we have to be able to compete and be at the same table as the Mississaugas, the Bramptons, the York regions, the Peel, Niagara, and the rest of them. I urge members of council to please reconsider and to vote to strike this from our budget, and I'll ask for a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted, I support the councillor's recommendation here. And I've been on this council a long time and making this, contribution and receiving very little back. I guess my only commentary is that foreign direct investment is just a very tough item at any time to achieve. And it's certainly been no lack of effort, I don't think at our end regionally or in terms of Toronto Global or its predecessor. But I mean, a lot of the effort initially was in China, and China was actually really explicit that they're not really focusing on jobs here. They want to control Canadian resources to build jobs in China. And I don't think anyone's terribly different. But nonetheless, I do think we have to be there, and I do think this is reasonable, and I hear Chair Henry speak a lot about this being Durham's time, and I think he's right. I think a lot of things are aligning, and particularly right now, we should be at the table. But the other lesson I think we need to draw from this is that, if you're in business, you know that it's a lot easier to keep existing customers than to add new ones. So we really need to double down on what we're doing to maintain and support local businesses. Not just us at every level of government, but, provincially, federally. My understanding is that the whole 407 extension was built using Turkish steel, which to me is just, it's bizarre that you would, when we have steel manufacturers right here, right beside the project with Canadian jobs, and you're bringing it in from way overseas, adding a massive carbon footprint to the whole project. And I'm not just picking on that project, but all of us here and there have to start thinking about ways where we can more holistically value the overall benefit of a contract when we're awarding it, and not just focus on a single price point. And I know it's come up in certain items right at the region, and Councillor Collier would nod his head. We really, it's hard because we always get into, you can't move away from price. But we really have to start being a lot more thoughtful and a lot more creative. And I expect out there in the grander universe, these other countries are being quite creative and ensuring that local benefit stays local. So I support this motion, but we really need as a region to start thinking about how we can make sure that when we think about how we're awarding projects, that we think about the whole value of the project, locally, regionally, provincially, and somehow factor that into the criteria and really support the people we have in place right now. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I obviously have been I'm newer to council, and I've been against the idea of Toronto Global since I got here. It seems like Durham Region is Charlie Brown, Toronto Global is Lucy, and the football is foreign investment. And every time they promise this time around, this year we're going to get it, they come back to the Planning and Economic Development Committee. I ask them straight up, how many investments do we receive? 0. But we have a few just around the corner, and they keep saying that, and we keep giving them money for it. Yes, I understand foreign investment is difficult, but the region itself, our own internal foreign investment team, have received leads. We've received, and those leads have turned into direct investment in the region. Whether the money goes to the region, whether the money goes to the lower tier municipalities, I think there's a better way to spend the money than just, in a sense, subsidizing Mississauga, Brampton, Hamilton, Toronto, which is in fact what we're doing. It's been how many years that we've done this and received 0 foreign investments? Yes, I understand the argument of a seat at the table, but we have to realize at this point, we're getting the crumbs from the table, we're not getting the meal. So until we figure out what our value prop is, and it could be the airport, which I'm very much in support of. If that's the airport, if that is our value prop, then let's build the airport first, then go back to Toronto Global. Now we have a distinct value prop. But until then, it's going to be the same thing every year. We're going to have the same conversation every year. Sorry. At this point, even if they do come through with an investment and it's 5 jobs, think of how much we've invested thus far. So I appreciate the notion of being at the table. I cannot support this, and I implore you not to support this, because that money could be better spent elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo the same comments as Councillor Lee, and probably surprise many. But I'm a huge fan of economic development, as anyone else around the table is. I think that the comments that Mayor Mitchell, as well as Councillor Brenner made, and likely others that will make, I think they're valid, and they're ones that I've made in the past. But I think you have to take a look at our return on investment and what we've attained thus far. I think it was alluded that maybe we do have a seat at the table. But the table, if we take a look at, the proposition and the, I think the return on what we've received hasn't really yielded for taxpayers what we expect. And so instead of complaining and citing what the obvious is, in that other municipalities are getting what we're not, but we're funding that. I think a solution can be posed by us actually taking this money and investing it in ourselves as a community. You talk about retaining local business. Local business oftentimes looks to us for funding with respect to growth, and we always cite that, well, we're looking into it. That's something that has a budgetary constraint. Well, here's a budgetary item here that can help supercharge the growth of local business. And if it's not for that, it's for at least us forming a local entity, our own true and proper economic development entity that actually puts us on the map with our own name on it as opposed to Toronto's. Might not be popular for some to sort of step out of the shadow, but I think it's probably a way for us to make sure that we're understood. In the least, I believe that these conferences, these international forums, these initiatives that are engaged by Toronto Global are afforded to us too. So whether it's us going with them and essentially lobbying and looking forward to landing projects that often happen to land in York Region or Peel or the City of Toronto, I think it's just the same if we're there with our own name and lobbying that they land in Durham Region. And I think that our taxpayers, aside from being taxpayers, but those who are interested in jobs within our local economy will understand where we're coming from if we decide to go a different direction. Because this is not pulling out or, avoiding the initiative of economic development. This is approaching it from a different standpoint. That's where I stand. In the past, I've stood with Toronto Global. We've given them that opportunity to bring us a list. And I remember last year, them being here, and from the list that they read, I don't believe there was anything of substance or significance for Durham Region and Durham Region residents, Durham Region taxpayers, and Durham Region employees. So at this point, I think it goes without saying, I think we should start forming our own list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that Mayor Foster had requested some further information about Toronto Global membership benefits, and I hope everybody's got the 4-page memo that was distributed with respect to that. So in that, our staff responded and speak to the benefits of membership, which go over the better part of 2 pages here. Under attracting new investments in Durham Region, it does cite a recent positive development with respect to Whitby for the growth of employment and the location of a Canadian office. It also says that the region expects for its share of municipal contributions. There are 27 active prospective investments. So I know we would always like more. I know that they're working on it, and I think, for what we're spending, just over $200,000, you get more bang for your buck being part of a larger enterprise. In Toronto, and including the 905 area, is the 4th largest urban area in North America. I think we are seen as part of that. We need to continue to be part of that. I don't see 2 booths at a trade center, one for Toronto Global and the other one for Durham, having the same lineups of potential investors going to those areas. We simply need to be part of the larger exercise. So I think there's advantages of being there, and I think there's a really problematic disadvantage of not being part of this initiative. So Global Toronto is going to be out there marketing Toronto and the GTA area, all other aspects of it, except for us if we're not part of it. And when you go up to that booth, when you see the packages, marketing go out, you're going to see a map that shows Toronto, that shows York, that shows Peel, that shows the other regions as areas to go. And then to the east, you're going to see probably fuzzy area, gray, with no label on it, that is Durham Region, and that's not how we want to be projected. So I'll be supporting the motion. I think the money's best spent through Toronto Global. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on, I've got a long list of speakers: Councillor Joe Neal, Carter, Kerr, Drew, McLean, Henry, Chapman, Smith. Have I missed anybody? Okay, Councillor Joe Neal.
Could you put the amendment up on the screen, please?
I believe the amendment is just simply to Finance Committee remove the funding for Toronto Global, and this is just trying to put it back into.
Well, that's why I want to see the amendment, because I might want to vote yes on the amendment.
There we go.
So, okay, so if you delete FF, then is it in, I guess my question is it in the budget or not, if you delete FF?
If I may, through the
But
chair.
how does it get in the budget if it's?
So if I may, through the chair, FF was an add-on at Finance and Admin. So if you take FF back out, the budget reverts back to how it stands, which includes Toronto Global.
So there was when I was driving over here this morning, I was thinking about, I don't know if anybody remembers the movie Animal House, but do you remember the part where John Belushi, who was then, I think his name was Pluto in the movie, he goes in to see the dean, and the dean informs him as to what his grade point average was, 0.0. So that's exactly the return on investment that we have gotten out of this money that we've spent Durham Region taxpayers' money on, is the same answer that John Belushi got from the dean, 0.0. So since I've been here, like roughly 5 years, that's $1 million. Just think of what we could have done with that $1 million. We could have created more childcare spaces for working, single parents. Instead, what we've done is we have funded economic development in Toronto and York Region and Peel Region. They're the only ones that have gotten any benefit out of this. So at some point, you got to say enough is enough. That's all. So, it's always great to be there at the seat of the table and all that stuff. But, at some point, you got to look at the numbers and say, what are we getting for this money? Because it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. That, again, we could put this to much greater use. I recall last year trying to get something in front of this council to look at maybe adding a few childcare spaces, because I had a resident that was really struggling to work and raise her child, right? And it went nowhere, but, maybe we could just take this money and put it towards something like that. But to spend it on, Toby and his group, they're all great salespeople, but I'm just saying they're selling on behalf of Toronto at the end of the day, so I don't support it. Thank you. I'll ask for a recorded vote on it.
Council, recorded vote's already been requested. Councillor Carter.
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Approximately 3 weeks ago, I had my State of the Union address. We talked about 3 specific issues. Globalization was one of them, diversification was another, and modernization. And we really talked about what is happening in our own community. November of 2018, the former mayor, our chair, Chair Henry, and myself woke to the news early Sunday morning that General Motors had made a global decision to be able to end 110 years of productivity auto assembly in our community, which devastated not only 2,500 people that were directly impacted by that announcement, but many thousands that were in the parts supply business and also the associated businesses. Now, out of that, what has happened is our community has come together. We're doing some incredible things. Here's the point I'm trying to make. Decisions are being made by companies around the globe in regards to where to do business. One is what I've learned out of this lesson is that every community like ours should look at diversification and make sure they're prepared for the next economic decision that will be made. And global nationals will make these decisions on an ongoing basis in regards to cutting costs, increasing profitability, and productivity. We in Canada are trying to find a way of being able to compete in that in the new economy world. And therefore, what we have to absolutely do is we have to be the best at customer service and make sure that we're delivering not only a safe, vibrant, healthy, successful communities, but we also have to understand that we no longer compete against 444 municipalities, but we compete against the global market, the worldwide global market. I've said this to the Prime Minister and I've said it to the Premier. We better understand that Canada now competes globally, and we better figure out where we're going to compete and how we're going to compete. I'm going to be going to Ottawa in late March to be able to meet with the Prime Minister, many ministers, the opposition leaders, And this plan is to be able to make sure that they understand that my community that has been hit by this global decision absolutely needs them to understand that we need the opportunity to be able to sell our city and to those individuals that may be in associated businesses of our foundational pieces that we have in the city of Oshawa. Now, that's an extraordinary thing for us to go to those lengths to be able to say, we just want to be part of the conversation. In our community, we are looking at every tool possible to make sure that our voice is heard around the globe. I know that our economic development department at the city does a great job. I know the economic development department here at the region do a great job. But the reality being is we need to make sure that we shake hands, talk to people, introduce ourselves to as many bodies as we possibly can, because we are now in a global economy. I know for a fact that I have families that are worried about making ends meet. There's anxiety in my community for people that are going through a transitional period. We have an action center that is open to be able to help people look at their skills, their abilities, their talents, and their giftings, look at their resume and look at their gaps to be able to fill those opportunities. But I think of the first thing in the morning and the last thing I think of every night is those that don't have jobs, it is my job to make sure that I do everything I possibly can to be able to attract jobs and investment in my community, because those families depend on my council and myself to use every tool I possibly can. Global National is part of the equation. And then it's up to all of us as ambassadors of this body and ambassadors of our city, along with our residents and our citizens. We have to utilize everything we possibly can to say that Canada, our community, the region of Durham, the town of Ajax, or the city of Oshawa, or any of the municipalities that we are representing here are a great place to be able to invest. I support to be able to continue this relationship. And yes, I want to see results, but I want to use every tool possible to be able to attract business. So I hope that my colleagues truly understand that we are in a global time right now, and we better understand that quite clear. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your leniency, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair Collier. Several points. First of all, we have a document here from our own staff that support this. Secondly, the last line staff says, well, staff will continue to provide value. Of course they will. They always have, and they do now, and they will into the future. But that's not the issue here. The key issue here is the value on balance. What do our staff do for us now? What does Toronto Global do for us now? And what do they do that our staff are not positioned to do? And what will that difference cost us to replace? That's very key in this. The next point I want to make is that I too am a fairly new regional councillor, and I recall my first economic and planning and economic development meeting sitting beside Councillor Lee, and when the Toronto Global item came up, we looked at each other and we went, how does this compute? And at subsequent meetings, we would look at each other with that knowing smile that here comes the Toronto Global item again. But things have changed, and they changed very quickly in the last 6 to 8 months. And the biggest indicator of that is right up here in the memo that staff have acknowledged, and we've just had the GO Train announcement. That was not on the table a year ago. It almost came off the table 6 months ago and caused us to rally together as municipalities in the region to reconvince the province and Metrolinx that this option that we all wanted north of 401 was the right thing to do for so many development reasons, both local, regional, national, and international in scope. And thankfully, that's the way it's going. So there was a point made about 0.0, and that's what Toronto Global has offered us. What I'd like to counter that with is I want you to think about a mining company. And how much money does a mining company spend on research, development, and drilling core sites before they strike it rich? It may be 0.0 for quite a number of years, and then they strike what they're looking for, and things boom from there. Well, Durham region is on the cusp of a boom. And it's not just GO. It's the 407 lands that can be opened up. It's the hopefully impending announcement about the airport lands that will just make Durham region the economic driver, not just of the province, but certainly one of the biggest ones in the whole country. And as my colleague Mayor Carter said, we need to diversify and we need to bring in those things that really, at this point, our staff don't have the complete range of skills and staffing to do, and that's why we rely on Toronto Global. So I come back to the key point. Where's the value for balance? And right now, that balance is made by putting a $206,000 continued investment into the second year of a 3-year agreement we have at Toronto Global. That's what's going to keep us at the table, and that's what's going to keep the future even brighter for Durham Region. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there have been some excellent comments made so far by Mayor Carter and Councillor Kerr. And I'm not going to repeat those because I think we should all sit up and take notice of that. And speaking of sitting up and taking notice, there's a very clear message from the Finance Committee that the Toronto Global needs to sit up and take notice. It's been a number of years. Every year there's been this conversation. And that was the purpose of my voting last time at the Finance meeting, is we need to send a very, very clear message to Toronto Global that they're not doing the work for us. And I know that our representative, Chair Henry, is going to take that message very, very clearly to Toronto Global. That was the purpose of my voting as I did at the Finance Committee. But I wouldn't say I changed my mind. It was kind of a strategic motion or a strategic vote on my part, because they very need to take this motion and the actions of the Finance Committee very, very seriously. And I would count on Chair Henry to take that to them. But in addition to that, since then, we have the GO announcement. The OPG announcement came just recently, and who knows what's going to happen with the Pickering Airport. It is our time, Chair Henry. You say that often, and I know that you're going to be saying it at Toronto Global. It is Durham's time. And I'm hopeful that Toronto Global will take this seriously. We're that close. I don't know what's going to happen in another year, but I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And over the years that I've been here, I think we've discussed this just about every year. And I know going back to when it was the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, we had major concerns back then. And back then, I voted not to continue with the Greater Toronto Marketing Authority. Since it's been rebranded as what it is now, and we had former MPP Janet Ecker here, was last year, the year before, a lady who I have a lot of respect for, and a lady who I know has a lot of contacts. I don't know whether she's still on the board or not. And a Durham lady. So in any type of marketing, if you're not in the game, you're on the sidelines. In my business, marketing is important. I have to get the message out there. If you're a car salesman, you want to market yourself and your business. As a region, we want to market ourselves as a business and the potential that we have. So we talk about Pluto, and John, you almost had me there. I thought for sure you're going to be a yes, but or Joe. But when you talk about Pluto, and you take a $1.333 billion budget, and you ask that professor how that affects this budget, I don't think there's enough zeros on my calculator to tell me how much that's going to affect our budget. But I think it's important that we continue with this process. And all it takes is one, or two or three, but if you're not in the game, you're not at the table. And I know we have Mr. Durham working for us, and I know we have an organization that knows where Durham is and knows the value that we have, whether it's Pickering, Whitby, Clarington, or Oshawa. So I think it's most important for $200-some-odd thousand to be part of the game. and have a louder voice at the table and represent Durham Region. So I certainly will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Henry.
Thank you, Chair Collar. If you remember the end of Animal House, as John Belushi drives away in that pink Cadillac, there was a caption where he became a U.S. Senator. But what I want to talk about is it is absolutely Durham's time. And you can see that by the stories that are in the paper, and that, you know, when you talk about whether it be OPG moving into Curtis and creating the center of excellence energy generation for this country is an amazing story. And that's a story that got some news but didn't really get the news that it should have got, because it's an amazing story for Durham. Or if you talk about the lands on the 412, the 418, and the 407 and the future development of those lands, what a great story and an opportunity for us. You can talk about the GO train coming into downtown Oshawa, into Clarington, that are going to create over 20,000 jobs and billions of dollars to the economy. Well, let's talk about what's happening with our partners that are in Toronto Global. Let's talk about the investment that we get from the federal government and the provincial government that leverages our investment. So they're in as a working partner, so we have that going on our behalf as well. And let's talk about what's not happening in other parts of the Toronto Global's areas. So if you were to build a GO station in downtown Toronto today, another one, and you can find the information online, an acre of land in downtown Toronto is worth $7.5 million. $7.5 million. Out here, an acre of land is about $750,000. And we have companies moving out here to invest that will bring other companies, and the great example of that is Kubota's moving into the Pickering Innovation Corridor. It's about marketing those lands around the world, and as our other neighbors have lost the ability to have space to develop their properties, Durham is the logical place because we have that space, we have that ability, we have that talent. We have 5,000 young people that are graduating from universities and colleges in Durham region each and every year, where companies from around the world are coming to look at their talents to try to take them there. Wouldn't it be nice if they just moved here and utilized those talents? But there's part of this report that Simon gave us today that says, Toronto Global's research work provides the region with access to market intelligence and studies that would not otherwise would be available to us. That the work that they do to support our interests and to give us that analytic data that we need to attract businesses or to even work within the region is key. And I'd ask my colleagues, I know how much data costs to go out and buy. Could we get that data for that amount of money? I don't think so. So this is about a partnership, and I am council's voice at Toronto Global, and I can tell you they're absolutely aware of our expectations. There is no place in the province of Ontario equal to Durham region right now for the ability to have land, talent, and develop. Now, the government, eventually, if we want to talk about transparency, needs to release the report that relates to the Pickering Airport lands. That report's been available for a year, and they haven't. So Hazel McCallion will tell you that the best economic engine of Mississauga was the development and redevelopment of the airport that has now created over 300,000 jobs in and around the Pickering Airport. Now, imagine that announcement comes out and we go forward to build an airport on lands where it will support agriculture, advanced manufacturing, the aerospace industry, growing food and vertical growing operations similar to some of the operations in Port Perry today that employ lots of people. If you truly believe that this is Durham's time, then we need to market our region through Toronto Global around the world because we don't have enough money to do it ourselves. And simply moving that $234,000 into economic development and ask them to go to the places that Toronto Global is going, that's not going to be able to do it. So today, Durham is posed to be the next economic engine of the province of Ontario, possibly the next economic engine of all of Canada, based on everything that is happening. Why don't we sell our message around the world, utilize the talents and skills of the people that are out there, allow us to gather the data, and we can win. We can. And we talk about, each and every one of you, talk about this is Durham's time. Well, I don't think we can take $234,000 and compete on the world stage with what Toronto Global does for us. We can hold them accountable. Each and every meeting, that's my job as your representative on that, is to remind them that it's Durham's time and it's equal and it's our time. It's fair. So, Council, I ask you to support this recommendation. You know that I very rarely leave the chair to speak, but this is important. If you want to create hope in our communities, we need to put our young people to work. And if you want to fix opiates, mental health, and homelessness, then you need to bring jobs into our community that make living wages for our residents. Now, my kids don't live in Durham Region anymore, but for all the parents out here who want their kids to live in Durham Region, now is the time to create those jobs and opportunities on the lands that are available in all of our municipalities. All 8 have great things going on. So members of council, I urge you to support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just starting back to what Councillor Pickle said, so we're going to save $206,000, give it to our Economic Development Committee, and spend it on going to the same marketing sites that Toronto Global going, and maybe on the other side of the room of a big convention center. But we hear mention about that Toronto Global has done more for York and Peel and Toronto. And I want you to look at those 3 areas. Take with Peel. What has Peel got that we don't have? Oh, geez, they got the GO train right down to Niagara Falls, right out to Milton. Oh, my goodness, right? Oh, they have an airport. What does York have? The transportation system, the bus system that they have across Highway 7. What do we have in Durham? Well, guess what? We've had the announcement that the GO's coming out here. It's no longer going to just stop at an industrial part or commercial start of Oshawa. It's going to go through where actually people live. The people are out here from the MTO, by the way. If you didn't know, they aren't renewing leases on some property that the city leases from them because they're going to start expanding the 401 even more eastbound. But they've gone to Whitby so far. They're going further east. Oh, guess what? We had Metrolinx out in Oshawa the other day, and I know they were in Whitby and Ajax, and we're talking about the Metrolinx BTR coming out here. Oh, geez, that's going to be interesting along Highway 2. Guess what? We have a new port authority now that has a real interesting business case now about bringing business into the Oshawa Port, the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority, right? That has changed. And maybe, I don't know, the bear across the room here from me, the guy with the silver chain on here, who is like the ever-ready bunny and never stops, he's going to go and talk to all the people and try and get that report released, and maybe we're going to get an airport. I certainly have confidence in it. But start adding all that stuff up there. No, we need to start selling ourselves. It's interesting to say, let's build an airport and then people will come. You know, build it, they will come, right? But we need to start getting them here as the building is going. I don't know if you were at the announcement for the GO train going to Clarington the other day, but the room was filled with people that have commercial potential in this region, from Whitby across to Clarington, all the developers in this area, a lot of businessmen were there, and they were hanging on, waiting for this announcement of where the GO train is going. They're ready. They've already got some land. They're ready to spend some dollars. The other thing that these other areas got that I know our Commissioner of Finance and the rest of our staff are working on is some of these areas have serviced land already. That makes it easier for some of these people that want to come here to actually build their facility in a shorter time frame, because that's important to them in today's global market as well. So I certainly will be supporting this. I think we need to stick with Toronto Global giving everything. It's our time, giving everything that is going to happen to Durham region coming east. The old adage used to be, go west, young man. Well, now we're talking about people look east, and that's from Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you. I thank Councillor Brenner for bringing this forward, and my points have all been made. I agree completely with Chair Henry, and I will point out also that a point that hasn't been made from the staff report is that the contributions we put in are matched by provincial and federal government. So the 206 turns into 618. So I don't see anyone proposing that we triple, if we delete this from the budget, that we triple what we're going to put into economic development. So I'm completely in favor of the motion, and I hope that everyone else will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And after what has been said by our regional chair and the mayor of Oshawa, I don't have a lot more to add. I support economic development. That's something I strongly believe in, and it does take time for you to see benefits at times, but as the regional chair alluded to, there's the lands around the 407, and it wasn't built because of the tolls, or it wouldn't pay for itself. It's a development that will come around institutions and place stuff such as that. So we have to, I'm not an isolationist. We have to look in things in holistically, and the benefits that will come down the road. It does take a period of time for that to come to fruition. So it's something that we all should support wholeheartedly. And I believe the results will be there. And the question I was going to ask is what representation we had at Toronto Global, but I understand that the chair is there. So maybe he'd have to be more forceful in selling Durham, and I'm sure he will be. And it's something that I would wholeheartedly ask all my colleagues to support this initiative, and it's something that's going to benefit our region and our province. So thank you for your anticipated support.
Okay. And Councillor Yamada is the last of my speaker list.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, the memorandum takes a look at research, analytics, it takes a look at marketing, attracting new investment to Durham. If we were to try to replicate the work that they were doing, what would be the cost to the taxpayer? I'm assuming it would be more than $206,000 per year.
I don't know. Do we have that number? Mr. Gill or Mr. Bridgman?
No, there's no specific number that we have. I mean, it would, I'm sure Mr. Gill would have no trouble coming up with a program for any extensive amount of effort you'd want to do. It would vary in terms of how extensive we wanted to be in our efforts. Right now, we have some targeted efforts to get maximum bang for the buck within the budget that we have to work with. But I think in answer to your question, it would be in part how aggressive and how widespread we want to do. But so it could be sky's the limit or whatever we have to work with.
Thank you. And being new to regional council, having the opportunity to sit on economic and development planning, I've heard the arguments of both sides. I see from Councillor Lee's perspective, we haven't received anything as of yet, but having an opportunity to have a seat at the table to advocate on behalf of Durham Region, I think at least for the remainder of this 3-year agreement, that we give them the opportunity to show something. And then once that agreement is has expired, we can come back and have this discussion again. I am going to support Councillor Brenner and Councillor Pickles' motion here today, because I do want to give a little bit more time. I know we have an extraordinary advocate for us at the seat at Toronto Global in our chairman. And I respect what he's doing and how hard Chairman Henry works. So I would love to give Toronto Global a couple more years and give our chairman that opportunity to advocate for us here in Durham Region. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have 2 more speakers, 3 more speakers, Councillor John Neal, and Councillor Leahy, and then Councillor Watton. Councillor Neal?
Okay. Yeah, having attended the Good Roads, there were some workshops and symposiums. The town of Oakville were lauding their work, their big connection with Toronto, and they had piggybacked with Toronto on getting some funding for development. I'm not going to go into all the details, but I could probably share them with staff because I just got back from there. But having heard this, I'm going, wow, I think I was the only regional councillor in the room. It was a full room.
when this symposium was taking place. But the question is, yeah, you know what I'm going to say. Where was Durham Region in regards to that? Oakville, congratulations to them. They're a prosperous city, but sometimes when you're out and about, you're wondering where these funding envelopes are coming, and we're not involved in it. Because I didn't get the sense that we were, but at the same time, they had formed a little bit of a liaison to help them leverage some money. So, I mean, that's the question I'm going to ask is, when we're sitting at the table at this global, do we know what's really taking place in regards to what other municipalities are doing? Or do we find it when we go to these like AMO or Good Roads and you're talking to other politicians and other staff, what's taking place in their communities and where they're getting funding? So that's all I'm going to say is that nobody said I had to go to this workshop and nobody said I had to go to this symposium. But I'm interested to find out, and I guess my question would be to staff, and I don't know when I'd get to ask that, is are we doing any deals like that? And just to get a little bit clearer, I guess what I'm talking about is it was like a funding envelope for their economic development, for their, I guess basically it would be for their downtown, which is economic development, and they were doing this and they piggybacked with Toronto. So that's on. I'll just leave with that, with staff with that one.
Okay. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor Collier. So again, just to be brief, so on the surface, I understand the concerns as raised by Councillor Lee and some of the other councillors around. We're spending this money, Councillor Neal, we're not getting the investment back, so I understand some of that challenge. But at the same time, even if we get one or two deals over a multi-year plan for this, like the investment will pay back. And the fact that we're getting this triple funding match between the provincial and federal government, to me, it just makes sense to continue it. Maybe we'll see it to the end of the agreement, so we've got another 2 years, and then we can reevaluate at that time when the agreement's over. So fully supporting the motion that's here on the floor. And maybe we could also remind the provincial and federal governments that they should share funding on all initiatives for the municipalities, not just Toronto Global. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Watt, or Councillor Watt, sorry. Oh, we were in transit for a second there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with the motion, but I just would like to point out, and I've not heard anyone mention this, that in item number 3 of the memorandum, it does say that we have had one investment, albeit small. We have had one investment through Toronto Global, and that there are 27 perspectives. I think that to many of my colleagues that are in agreement with continuing, I think it would be interesting to see how many of those 27 move forward or fail and the reasons for it. But we have received one, and I have not heard anyone mention that through this dialogue. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that exhausts my speaking list. Anybody who hasn't spoken wish to speak on this matter? Anybody need to speak a second time?
Just very quickly.
Councillor Jonio.
So, I was sitting here thinking of all the things that have happened, in Pickering with Durham Live and Ajax with, the food service company, I think, that came in.
Mr. Chair, point of order. We're not in committee of the whole, sir. So we should there's only one round.
Fair enough. I was just trying to say, there's been a lot of good things happen outside of Toronto Global. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Thank you for pointing that out.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be... I
will speak. I was spoken on. And I'll try and wrap this up, and hopefully I won't spark another whole round of debate. I don't know that we need it. Because I'm the one that brought this motion forward at Finance, just like I brought this motion forward at Finance for the past 3 or 4 budgets, because personally I think 14 years of investing and relying in outside marketing agencies to help us move forward with 0 results is enough. We had 10 years with the GTMA at $100,000 a year, and now we've had 4 years with Toronto Global at $206,000. That's $1.824 million over 14 years for 0 results. And a few people have said, and I respect everybody's point of view on this, and I'm not criticizing, but I'm just math. Whether you have 3 times the match funding or 10 times the match funding, times 0 is still 0. And to me, at some point, you have to look at what's working and what's not working and make some decisions. That's our job, and that's why I brought this forward. And I think finance, as Councillor Drew said, did send a very, very strong message in making this motion to remove this. I fully expect it to be overturned today, but again, I think we're sending that strong message to Toronto Global that we're sick and tired of funding Toronto, whether that's the Presto fees or whatever that is. I'll just give a quick example. Well, we also heard about the Pickering Airport, potentially the GO Train extension, and the OPG Education Center, and I respectfully to the speakers on that, I don't think those had anything to do with Toronto Global. I think those are happening anyway. I don't think those decisions were in any way affected by Toronto Global or our affiliation with them or not, but I just don't want to see the muddy water. I'll just want to speak about Ajax quickly, because we, as a municipality, and I've been there since 2003, Councillor Dodd's been there since 2003, over the last 14 years, there has not been a whole lot of economic development. We've done a lot of things like pre-service and employment lands, being designated competitive ready. We've done a number of things, but we have not seen that file move forward. But in the last 14 months, we sure have. And that's through a different direction, doing things differently, and sending our economic development department on a different way. And you heard me talk earlier today about the ECDO award we just received as far as being influencers, and that's one of the top awards across Ontario, which I am bragging because it is important, but I think it's significant to this. Through the last 14 months, we've gone from having very little investment to now our planning department has applications of in excess of 22.4 million square feet of commercial space. And that is 0 to do with Toronto Global or any outside agency. That's with our initiatives, getting out, building relationships, having our economic development team, marketing Ajax globally. We set a job target of 5,000 targets as our council set this term. That equates to probably closer to 10,000 jobs we're hoping to create. Maybe not people working at the end of our 4-year term, but at least the construction underway to create those jobs. So I've seen the results of what can be done. We're experiencing results of what can be done when we just focus on those. And just to Councillor McLean's comments about I think it was you, about the foreign trade missions, we've seen results there. And our economic development team did that ourselves. And we saw investment in Durham. Or maybe that was Councillor Mitchell, not sure. But again, I'm not suggesting through the amendment or through the motion that we don't keep funding this. What I'm saying is redirect those fundings to our economic development team and our foreign outreach program that has worked, and we have seen results. So respect everybody's decisions and positions. We've had great debate. I don't see any hands. So a recorded vote has been called for. Mr. Clerk, from Commissioner Brenner, Councilor Brenner.
It's not lit up yet.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, if you vote yes to this, you are voting in favor of Toronto Global?
Yes. Yes vote puts it back in the budget.
The vote is open.
Do I get a vote, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, you should. Is your card?
My card's in. No.
The vote is closed.
Delegated votes now?
Could walk over there. Vote is 18 yes, 8 no. The amendment carries. So item FF is deleted, and that money is put back into the budget. Moving on. Now, it's been suggested to me that we kind of stop it there, but are there a lot of other questions on the balance of item 3? Because we have item CC, which has been pulled for conflict, and item, whichever it was, AI,
But if there's not a lot, I'd like to just wrap this up before we break. Joe, do you have a lot?
No, I have 0.0 items to pull. No. Question, what was the name of the dean in that movie?
That I don't know.
I did have I did have a follow-up question, if I'm allowed.
Okay, ask your follow-up question.
Okay, so maybe I got a bit confused here, but the restated budget for 2019 added debt charges of $4.594 million, right? So that meant, is that additional interest costs?
If I may, through the chair, can you refer us to...
Okay, so I'm looking at, I call it page 239 of the, 239 of F&A, I think. There's a chart there with, so it's called Program Summary.
Through the chair, the restated budget is the same as the base budget for 2020. The restated is the column heading for anything that might be restated through the entire budget. So the debt charge value didn't change.
No, but this says 2019, this was page 239. It says total debt charges, estimated actuals 4.594 million, restated budget 4.594. So does that mean that those debt charges were not in the 2019 approved budget?
No, they were in.
They were in.
The column heading there for restated budget is for like it's a generic column heading. It's not tied to that particular item. So there was no restatement of that particular item. Throughout the budget, there are random things that have been restated.
I'm having trouble with that, but okay, thank you. So I had some comments, Mr. Chair, but I was going to move a 10-minute break, if that's possible.
Are you making that motion?
Yeah. I'd be about probably after that 5 minutes. And so.
Why don't you just make your comments?
I have a particular challenge.
Okay, so we have a motion for a 10-minute break.
I got to go to the washroom.
Do we have a seconder? Okay, so do we have a motion that we break for lunch for 40 minutes? Moved by Council Lee, second by Council McLean, that we break for lunch for 40 minutes. Any questions or comments on the motion? Being none, those in favor? Carried, thank you. See you back here at 12:50. 40 minutes as of 10 after 12, so it's been 40 minutes. And we have quorum. So we left off, I believe, Councillor Neal, you have the floor.
So I guess I was kind of hoping, Mr. Chair, that something would be available to show the number of staff positions per, 1,000 people or whatever. I don't know if that was...
If I may, through the chair.
Or Taylor, sorry.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, they're going to bring it down to us. If they're literally prepping it and printing it, hopefully they'll be bringing it.
I guess I did ask for that a couple of weeks ago, but I think if that was up on the screen, what that would show is, at least last time we saw that, which was, I think if memory serves me correctly, about 3 years ago, the number of staff, okay, per 1,000 people was going up, okay, and it's gone up, I think, quite a bit. So one of my big issues with this budget is the amount of new staff positions. So we're talking 69 new staff positions, 20 new police positions, and that doesn't even cover the ones that were added as part of the water budget. So we're getting close to 100 new staff positions. The cost of that on an annual basis, just for example, the 69 non-police positions is $8 million a year. So, but we don't count all that in 2020. We count about half of it. But we have the other half from last year that is now has to get paid for, right? So we're always sort of dividing the pie in half. But we've got the tail end from last year. So it's about probably getting close to 12 million in new staffing costs on an annualized basis when you factor in the police and you factor in these 69 new positions. Now you could go across the board and you could always justify a position here, a position there, but I guess what I don't understand is 100 new positions, in totality. So the we talked, and we've heard about some of the, the problems that Durham Region is having. Like, well, yeah, one of our biggest private sector employers just cut back in a major way, but up at Durham Region, it's just ramp up the hiring. Like put more cost out there for the taxpayers to bear, and these costs are gonna be felt for a long time. Like one of the things I bring up fairly frequently is the unfunded liabilities we have for future employee benefits. Like when all our retirees retire, we pay their health care costs for a period of time. That keeps going up. The liability itself, the unfunded part, keeps going up, I think, to the tune of about $10 million a year, on top of what we pay out of the tax base on an annual basis. So that's going up about $1.5 million a year, every year. So 2 years ago it was 11.2. Then last year it was 12.5. This year it's going to be 13, something million dollars. So I guess what I'm trying to point out is that we get new assessment, 12 million approximately, but every dime of that is basically being eaten up in new staffing costs. Almost every dime of that. So it's not like we're taking some of that new assessment and we're, paving some roads and stuff like that. It's all going on the staffing line. So. And a couple of examples on that, and I don't mean to single out the CAO, but like I could go through all the, there's 11 or 12 new positions in works, but the CAO's office, we're going to have, I guess, a full-time videographer that's being added. I don't really understand the need for that, but new policy advisors, some of them going from acting positions to, I guess, full-time, but if you look at the total cost in the CAO's budget, it's approaching $6 million. Again, some of that's been shifted over, but that's a lot of money that we're talking about, and a lot of that money is being spent on consulting. That's my favorite word, right? In the English language is consultant, but
I thought it was sole source.
Sole source. Well, that one too. So. Bulk water, yeah, that one too. Yeah, let's talk about bulk water. No, but there's a whole list of consulting that we're going to be doing. And some of it, I don't understand why it just can't be absorbed in other parts of this budget, but anyway, there's, let's see if I can just find it here. Increase in professional, technical, and consulting to identify and implement a regional smart cities framework. Not sure what that is. Increase in government relations costs for outreach and partnership. Professional services for consulting and research on various initiatives, $120,000. So it just strategic plan update, $100,000. Sorry, $96,000. So just. So the budget is, the budget's at the end is a $6 million budget for our CAO. So to me, that's a pretty big increase, and the, but here's the thing to me is, it's all well and good if you say, okay, so, yeah, but it's only 2.5% for the tax increase. But to me, the kicker is what are we drawing out of the reserves? So this year, we're drawing $20 million more out of the reserves than are going in. So my understanding, and I'm sort of...
Just to that, let's clarify that, because I believe that's not going to operating. That was to top up the reserves for economic development. Is that correct?
So if I can refer you to...
Or to create the economic development reserve, sorry.
So through the chair, the long-term financial plan that you're referring to was approved in October, and that created that reserve fund. So there was a number. So Councillor Neal is referring to this budget, which incorporates capital and operating, but he is referring to the numbers in this budget with respect to the transfer.
Go ahead.
Okay, so all I'm trying to point out is, I think what's going to happen over the next number of years, and I think you always have to look at a long-term basis, is we're going to start really opening up the taps and draining the reserves. And maybe that's a conscious decision that Council's making. I may not agree with it. But is this the time to do that, especially given what I see coming forth with Seton is, there's small amounts of assessment right now, but there's big expenses coming, especially on the salary side. So the development charges may pay for the buildings, but not the staffing. So we're going to have ambulance, police, social services. So I see in about 2 or 3 years' time where we're going to hit a big, like I said, a freight train's coming down the tracks, and it's going to hit us financially when all those positions have to be added. So fundamentally, I disagree with the notion that, with one of our biggest employers having reduced their headcount by that much, that we're turning around and increasing ours by that numbers. So I don't agree with that whole approach, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further on item 3? I just had a follow-up question to Commissioner Beaton regarding the council information package item of October 11th last year, 2019 Info 72, which is a report I'd asked for regarding last budget regarding the number of vacant positions that have been vacant for 1 year and 2 years. And in that, it says that we had 125 positions vacant throughout the organization, 13 had been vacant for 1 year, and 23 had been vacant for over 2 years, so no activity. So I just wanted to ask how that was factored into this budget, because I didn't remember to ask that question at Finance.
Through the chair. So of the 23 positions, they were presented to the department heads who reviewed in detail those 23 positions. One of those positions was reclarified to be a new position within the Works Department. The others, there was some hiring delays. Some were filled from a gapping perspective to offset funds for other temporary positions in the organization. So as a department head team, we've gone through those 23, ensured that they are either being in the process of being hired or have been applicated and filled appropriately. So they were accounted for, and we will be looking at that each September.
So none of those positions were used to reduce or to compensate for the 60-odd new positions this year?
One was through the Works Department. A position was reclassified within Works.
Thank you. Anything further on item 3? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Councillor Neil alluded to earlier on the gratuities for the banking of sick days, whatever. That's on item 3, correct?
For the which?
The sick days banking and the gratuity we pay out. Tell you a little story. When I became a trustee and went to the school board, they had a line for $5 million. So I said, what is this for? They said, oh, it's for bank sick days for teachers. So we worked and we got rid of that in that board, and then the province got rid of it for teachers. I was at the WSIB, that's where I started. I mean, they got rid of that. Why are we still doing that, and how much is that costing us? That came into being in the 1941, I believe, when wages were so low, and it was a way of compensating folks that weren't being paid enough. In this economy and in this day and age, why are we still doing that? And the 90 odd new employees, are they going to be entitled to be getting that when they bank their sick days at the end? Okay. So is there any appetite to get rid of that?
Well, I'll refer this to Commissioner Beaton, but I suspect he spoke to it when he said it was part of the collective agreements. Mr. Beaton?
That is correct, through the chair. That is part of the collective agreements that are currently existing. We did, as I explained, move management exempt off of that program. The desire would be to move future groups forward and remove that as well. But at this point in time, it's within their collective bargain.
Okay, so just a follow-up. So are you saying at the end of this collective bargain agreement, we're going to we're going to do away with that, period?
I'm not going to say. I'm going to say there'll be bargaining issues put forward during bargaining. This is one potentially that will be put forward from a management and council directive. We'll see where the bargaining takes us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on item 3? We had moved by Councillor Chapman separating CC and FF, so we'll vote on those separately. We've already dealt with FF.
It's actually AI for those people that have works.
Okay.
CC should be voted on separately.
Okay. So CC is the one where Councillor McLean and I both have a conflict. Any questions or comments on item CC? That's the para funding. Being none, can we have someone move item CC, moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Lee. No comments. Those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, CC is carried. Item Councillor Drew's conflict on AI.
Right, departmental operations, and I'll ask for recorded vote on that.
Recorded vote on departmental operations asked for by Councillor Chapman. Anybody need to speak? Well, Ashley, are you moving it?
Well, the whole item 3 is on the floor. You moved it, didn't you, when you sat down?
We're voting separately on the item.
I'll move
separate.
division if that's what you need. Division of that item out, sure.
So I thought we'd already done that, but okay, on dividing out this item for the conflict, and let's do this for both NCC as well. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Smith. Those in favor? Those are divided. That's carried. On item AI, can we have someone move item AI? Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Councillor Kerr. Recorded vote and Councillor Drew.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Sure. So what exactly does that end up moving on its own? I guess I'm not clear on that. So.
Commissioner Taylor?
So if you look at page 39 in today's agenda, item 3A is the property tax business plans and budgets. Subsection I, departmental operations, includes all of the operating budgets, but Mayor Drew needs it separated out.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody clear? Recorded vote's been called. Councillor Drew has conflict. Everyone else is in.
The vote's open.
If I could ask my proxy over there to press my yes button, please.
The vote is closed.
Thank you. 23-2 with one conflict. That carries. On the remainder, as amended, on item 3 as amended. Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Leahy. Item 3 as amended, which is removing FF. Recorded vote called by Councillor Jonia. Anybody need to speak to the budget as a whole? And then
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
let me guess, 23-1. And the vote is 23 yes, 2 no, that carries. And I believe that completes the agenda. Is there any other business or questions to staff or finance? Being none, thank you very much, everybody.
I need your sheet, Joe. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Joe Neal, seconded by Councillor Steve Imada, that the recommendations contained in item 1 of report number 1 of Planning and Economic Development Committee be adopted.
Does anybody wish to speak to the item, the actual report itself? Because then we'd have to move into closed session. Okay. All right. So anybody wish to speak to it in open session in terms of without talking about the confidential nature of it? Okay. I'll speak briefly on it. I don't support what we're doing here. I think we're setting a bad precedent for, and we may have future requests similar to this coming forth in the future from other municipalities. So I don't see the regional interest here, but okay. And I'll call for a recorded vote on that one.
The vote is open. No, Councillor Collier can't vote. The vote is closed.
Okay, are there any questions to Mr. Bridgman? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Works, Mayor Mitchell? Thanks, Don. Moved by Mayor Don Mitchell, seconded by Tito Dante, Marion Pietri, that the recommendations contained in item 1 to 6, inclusive of report number 2 of the Works Committee, be adopted.
Any polls? If not, all in favor? Any questions? Oh, so close. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, that's not a works issue, though. No, I just wanted to, through the chair, I just wanted to compliment staff in regards to fixing the intersections, the lighted intersections, like our intersections where we've had strong winds in regards to our signals. They've been, and I'll maybe ask staff about that. Our signals have been reinforced, and that has taken up, oh, there she is. That has taken up a lot of time, no doubt to do that. But with the climate change and whatever the issues that we're going through, the high winds, I was just wondering what is our status on that as of now across the whole region in regards to reinforcing our lighted intersections. Thanks. Signals.
Through the chair, you're quite right. We did change the technology that we're using. It is a new type of bracket. So every time we're out there doing maintenance, instead of just leaving what's out there, we're doing the replacement through our regular program. We have an allotted amount of money per year for maintenance. I don't recall what that is right now, but at every opportunity, we are replacing those brackets for that very reason. Thank you for noticing.
Thank you.
Other questions? If not, thank you.
Sorry. Counselor.
Don?
Did you complete the vote on the works report?
We had the move and seconded.
You didn't call the vote?
So the clerk advises me that we never actually voted on the works recommendations? I thought we did. We all thought we did, but the point is the clerk thinks we didn't, and that's the salient pointer. So all in favor, a mover and a seconder? No, you got it there. Don't need a mover. All in favor? Good. Carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, we'll move on to item number 11, unfinished business. It deals with the Torno Boulevard frontage charges. Okay, Mayor Collier.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to move by myself, second by Councillor Crawford, that we go in camera to discuss the in-camera report that was put before us yesterday.
Okay, a motion to go in camera moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor of going in camera? Purpose is to, thank you.
Purpose is to discuss the advice from legal that was distributed to all of the solicitor client that was provided by legal yesterday.
Okay. All right, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. That one, sorry, Councillor Neal, were you opposed? Okay, that carried. If you are, I'm going to ask the audience to step out for a second, please. And so just to give staff an opportunity, most of the agenda So we're just waiting.
So you can't see this. Okay. All right, thanks. All right, I don't know whether Rogers is broadcasting, but we're open session.
So, members of council, we are now back in open session, and in the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I am reporting in the public session that there was no, that we received advice from our legal staff. There was no motion or direction given. Okay, thank you. Members of council, unfinished businesses 11.1. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment to the recommendation on Report 2019 W89, item 11.1 of unfinished business. Number one, and the clerk has the wording, perhaps if you put it on the screen. Number one, that the regional municipality of Durham abide by the provision of Ontario Regulation 58606, Section 16, 4B, and that given the lack of a clearly defined bylaw, 30 meters be used for the two existing approved petition projects, being Fielding and Ontario Range, and two, that the Works Committee review the regulation, Ontario Regulation 58606, and recommend an appropriate maximum frontage to be included as a separate bylaw for residential properties for any future petition projects. And I just like to, it's moved by me, second by Councillor Crawford, and I would just like to speak to it, please. Chair?
Just on a point of procedure, Mr. Chair, I believe that is incompatible with the recommendation on the floor and can't be brought until the recommendation is defeated, because the recommendation is to maintain the current approach and policies.
Okay, so give me 1 second to converse.
It's in the report. I don't remember exactly what it is.
Okay, so members of council, the actual part of the motion of 11.1, which is that the regional municipality of Durham maintain full cost recovery for the petition projects and outlined in current policies and bylaws and not implemented maximum chargeable fronts, that has to get onto the floor because otherwise the motion, the amendment is contrary to the motion. It seems confusing, but after conversing with the clerk,
I'm looking at the clerk for guidance on how to proceed on this, Chair.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what you have before you is an item of unfinished business. The decision of council at a previous meeting was that it was to refer the recommendation that you see under 11.1 to this council meeting to permit staff to take certain steps. The first speaker this afternoon has been Councillor Collier, and he has moved a motion, which is on display there. Depending on the ruling of the chair, it certainly does appear to be contrary to the contents of this motion here, but nobody's moved this motion.
Just on a point of procedure, again, there would be an original mover and seconder on this motion, and it was referred. So it has been moved, and it's, I would respectfully suggest, still on the floor. It's just been referred, and now it's come back. So it is on the floor now, which means it has to be defeated before a contrary motion can be introduced. I would suggest you don't need a new mover every time if you refer a matter back.
Yeah, but Mayor Mitchell, the council's position was to refer it back.
Yes.
So it would have to be, it's been referred back to today. So would, Mr. Clerk, wouldn't it have to be moved again? Yes. So it would have to be moved.
That was my understanding as well. and then the fact that it's not on the floor means my motion is in order.
It was not referred, it was deferred. It says at the January 29th meeting, the motion was deferred, and doesn't a deferral automatically bring it up to the next date? A referral is different. It goes someplace and something's done with it and brought back. But a deferral is deferring it to another date, meaning it's on the floor still. I agree with Mayor Mitchell.
So let me converse with the clerk again.
The last meeting, I referred it.
You didn't defer it, you referred it to the...
It was, I believe originally it was referred from the Works Committee, and then it's been deferred twice from Council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first time that this came to council, it was referred, and then I believe because Councillor Collier was absent on municipal business, there was a request for a further deferral. So the first action was to refer it to staff for additional information. You now have that additional information, which may or may not inform your decision. The deferral statement, is my recollection, is because Councillor Collier was absent on municipal business and asked that we stand it down for another cycle.
So, just one second. So I'm going to try this again. It's been a long day. So, members of council, we now have additional information. I accepted Mayor Collier's motion. It would have to be, Mayor Collier's motion would have to be defeated to get to this.
Just if I could, Mr. Chair. So does that mean at our next Works Committee meeting, when we have a staff recommendation on the agenda, if the first hand up says I have another recommendation, we have to defeat the first hand up before we can consider the staff recommendation? Because that's what this ruling means. It's now first hand up, and the staff recommendation has no status.
So if the staff recommendation hasn't been moved, yes.
Sorry?
If the staff recommendation hasn't been moved, yes.
Okay, so if you recognize the first person, and instead of them saying, I'll move the recommendation, they say, I have an alternate, you have to defeat the alternate.
So in fairness,
on anything before you consider the staff recommendation. Is that what we're saying here?
So in fairness, when I asked for this item to be dealt with, the first hand that went up, and the only hand that went up in the room, was Mayor.
No, I'm just saying, think about the precedent you're setting, because this is in stone now.
I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that every member of this council has the right to participate in conversation. It's the first hand that goes up that is recognized. There was no other hand up in the room.
Okay, I just thought that staff recommendations had status at this council, but apparently they don't.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. Point of order.
Members of council, we're making this much more complicated. Councillor Neal, on your point of order.
Okay, my point of order is the definition of to defer, okay, means a motion to postpone all discussion or action on a matter until a future date. So I think that's important, that the discussion on the matter that was on the table before has been postponed.
But this point of order on a point of order, Chair, you've made a ruling, so the only option now here is to challenge the chair.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to point out
I'm not going to have cross debate. Councillor Neal, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks. So whereas to refer means a motion to direct the matter under discussion to council or another committee for further consideration, there's an important distinction in the definitions of defer versus refer. So I would suggest your ruling, if would be in error, That's all I'm trying to point out to you, Mr. Chair, that
Then,
you may have
Councillor
to
Neal,
carefully look at that because,
If
again,
you believe I'm wrong, Councillor Neal, challenge the chair.
I don't want to challenge you. I'm asking you to think about that.
I'm thinking about this as we speak, yes.
No, but I would move a 5-minute recess to review that with the clerk because I'm just pointing out the definition section of the rules, right, that we all go by. So it says, it uses the word postpone, not, right? So my view of it would be that motion was just postponed, not another motion can jump in front of it. That's all.
Thank you. Give me 1 second, please. So how we've gotten here is, Mayor Colley, you were away. It was deferred. It's actually moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Lee. It's number 24. That's what's here today. You've brought forward something else now, and I recognized you first because members of council, a hand went up. I recognized the hand. You've put something onto the floor that is basically different than the recommendation and the additional information we received today. So it is different than the staff report. Does members of council understand that? So you have your item that's been moved and seconded. And I accepted it. It is on the floor. Now, can we continue with discussion?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read through this quickly. I won't spend a lot of time on it. We've all heard it before. I'll just read my comments quickly, and we'll get to the vote and hopefully deal with this once and for all, because it's been way too long. Just first, we're all aware of the poor quality of the neighborhood of Ontario Range Road water in the town of Ajax. This matter's been in front of Regional Council since 2002. Still remains unresolved, and I'm hoping we can finally put this to bed today. One thing that's important is this issue is not this issue is not whether every resident in Durham deserves clean, fresh water. I think that's something that we all unanimously can agree on. It's basically about who's going to pay for the infrastructure. I understand this council's concerned about setting a precedent, but understand we set precedents all the time, most with regard to funding. We've approved millions of dollars of grant funding to organizations in Durham, of course, good organizations in Durham, by approving grant applications when we had no grant policy. These grants are spread over every taxpayer in in Durham region, and were contrary to our council-approved policies, yet we approved them as it's the right thing to do. And I'll suggest this is the same. And with water and sewer, this has zero effect on the tax bill that we just approved today. I had sent you all an email at the last council meeting with a legal opinion that I'd requested from an independent third party. And I'll refer to that a few times in here regarding the local improvement charge frontage and the process, because there was some difference in interpretation of Ontario Regulation 58606, and we heard that today as well. And in conjunction with Bylaw 89/2003 for water and wastewater works with respect to reductions of special charges. So on February 27th last year, this council directed staff to initiate a petition process for water supply servicing of the 44 properties abutting Range Road, Lakeridge Road, and Ontario Boulevard. We understand the petition process was successful, and on June 26th last year, Durham Regional Council approved moving forward following the successful petitions. That's done. The petitions were put out by Works, approved by this council, received by this council. The work has been authorized. The only question now as to how much will each property owner pay based on their frontage and whether any costs will be distributed to other water and sewer bills. Now, I suggested a few times that the works reports, the 3 reports that we received, I believe it was September 4th, October 2nd, and December 4th, were flawed in the fact that it doesn't specifically speak, and as legal said today, doesn't specifically speak to residential properties. It speaks to agricultural, but does not speak to residential. But the interesting thing is, of these 3 reports that we've had from Works, every report's been a little bit different. It's not been a consistent message each time. Each time it's changed a little bit, because each time I brought new information to the table, it changed a little bit. And this is where I have the issue, and that's why I went and got the opinion that I had sent you. So sometime between October 2nd and December 4th last year, Durham Region changed the interpretation of how to apply reductions for the special charge. In accordance with subsection 16.3 of Ontario Regulation 58606, which you all have a copy of, and I'll quote, "Where it's determined that a particular lot will not benefit from a work to the same degree as other lots benefiting from the work, a reduction is required to ensure that there is just and equitable distribution." That's the intent. Oops, that's the intent of the regulation. This is clear. I don't think anybody has contested that. The works report speaks 100% cost recovery, but this is contrary to the region's own bylaw. Because how can you have 100% cost recovery but have a bylaw in there that limits frontage on agricultural to only 38 meters? It's impossible to have full cost recovery when you have a bylaw that limits it to 38 meters. And that's one of the things that was pointed out in the opinion that I gave you. Durham Region was very free to establish a bylaw, and they did establish a bylaw specifically speaking to agriculture, but they neglected to put one for residential, which is why we're having this discussion today. The region's interpretation of the regulation and its application changed on the December 4th, 2019 report. The legal opinion I provided with you respectfully disagrees with the interpretation of Section 16 of the regulation, specifically the wording that the threshold can be established in many ways, which is what's in the report, which ultimately concludes that the provincial assessment roll acts as a threshold value. The provincial assessment roll is simply a third-party record of measuring frontage. Where a threshold is a limit or condition that must be passed and typically included as a numeric limit, that's not a bylaw. That's a provincial piece of wording, but that is not a bylaw. It's wording inside another bylaw, but not one that specifically deals with residential properties, but it does specifically deal with agricultural properties. And actually, the wording of the December 4th works report indicates a desire to establish no threshold. That's the wording in the report, which is contrary to the spirit of the wording of the regulation. That's the whole point of having the regulation, is to deal with these discrepancies and provide a method and a policy in fairness. Ontario regulation speaks very clearly, in the absence of a threshold value in the bylaw for residential properties where an inequitable distribution of costs exists in the imposition of special charge, the default provision of 30 meters for a maximum frontage prevails in accordance with clause 16.4b of the regulation. And that is what I've put in the resolution before you. So the matter of full cost recovery, the committee report indicates there is a policy preference for full cost recovery for local improvement charges, as this is used as a basis to come to the conclusion there should be no threshold limit. And I just want to remind council, this has been going on in front of this council for 18 years now. And originally, before this neighborhood was caught up in the Greenbelt Act, it was 50% cost recovery. And had this happened in 2005 like it was supposed to, before the regulation, before the Greenbelt Act, sorry, it would have been 50% cost recovery and 1/6 of what the charge is today at 50, and that 50% of 1/6 of what the charge is today. The opinion that I provided to you speaks to appeal rights. I'm hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think we've heard that that's, it could happen. I do not want to go down that road. That's why I'm hoping that we can find some sort of resolution. I think we've identified a flaw.
Mayor Collier, you have to wrap up.
Wrapping up. I think we've identified a flaw in the lack of the specific bylaw. What I've got in front of you today, the 2 petitions that are already passed are done, they're approved, they're finished. We're just waiting for this to be done so they can go to design and start construction in the fall. But going forward, the recommendation I have in front of you today also speaks to the Works Committee establishing a proper bylaw that cannot be misinterpreted or misunderstood. Thank you very much.
Mayor Mitchell.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, this has been around for a very long time, and there's been multiple works reports, and those works reports are not flawed, and our policy is not flawed. You all heard the legal advice. It's quite clear. Our policy has worked for years. It's based on full cost recovery. What's flawed is trying to shift costs away from those who will benefit by this project onto the rest of us, onto residents who have already paid their fair share and their share of the costs. That's what's flawed in all this. And that's what this is about. It's about trying to get a special deal. And again, this has been going on for months, but we know that behind these residents here, there are, I believe, about 1,000 others in Durham region in a similar situation. And if we want to start offering them subsidized water service at the expense of all the other residents who have paid their fair share, that's a different approach. I would suggest we not do that on the floor of council, but that we just simply send it back, restart this whole thing again if they want to. But let's not adopt anything like this, which is right in the face of our legal advice, as we all know. Makes no sense and throws out a policy that has served us all well and fairly for a very, very long time, because that would be a really flawed approach.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my comments focus in on one thing. I think our residents have a right to a prompt decision. These people came forward in 2002 with this situation. They've been waiting 18 years for a decision. And in that time, the costs have gone from about 1/6 of what they are now up to where they are now. And now we're expecting to download the full 2020 cost on the people that have been waiting 18 years for a decision. I don't think that's fair. There's the people that went from a residential area into a greenbelt area. I think it is a unique situation, and I think we can make somehow some kind of wording that creates a one-off situation to take care of an 18-year case that should have been decided 18 years ago. I think we can find it within ourselves to make an exception in this case and give them some kind of relief from the increased cost when they expect a decision 18 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. I originally wasn't going to speak to this because it was actually a deferral, and the motion that I thought was on the floor was one that I was in favor of. Let's pay for it at the cost and not implement a maximum chargeable frontage. We've heard from the legal, and we've read this legal letter that was submitted to us, and from my experience, usually you have two sides, legal guys. Okay, let's find out the person that's on my side, and let's find out the person that's on our side. But our legal department is supposed to look after this council and the residents of Durham. And the advice that we got today says that they're prepared to work with residents that need help in this area, as they can in different things. Is that okay?
Keep going.
I thought maybe I was doing something wrong here when I said that.
Yeah, you know, you're just referencing advice that was given in closed session, that's all.
Okay. Anyway, I don't think that needs to be a secret, that part of it anyway. But anyway, I agree with Mayor Mitchell in the fact that this will set precedent. Whether it's been 18 years or 18 months, there's other people out there in the same type of boat. This 30 meters applies to two existing, or to a couple of the people that are getting this. Not all of them, not all of them. So some of them are going to benefit in this motion as well. Some of them in this area that we're going to help with the cost recovery, which is going to be applied to other people in other areas, as Mayor Mitchell said. Yeah, as Mayor Mitchell said. And there are a lot of other people that would like to have this water that haven't met the health restrictions that this council said that there was some health issues with the water. They're not necessarily completely in a green belt and all sorts of things. We heard Mayor Drew talk about somebody that had to have the frontage on, now, a little different case. But we have to be careful when we set precedent. I think this will set precedent. I think the legal advice that we got, the reports that we've got from the works, cry out that we need to stick with the bylaw as it's been written and the recommendation as it's been written to go with what was the petition and the amount that we're prepared to pay our share of it to help those residents. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I saw a hand go up. Councillor Dice.
Thank you. Some of my comments have already been said, but I think we've forgotten The Greenbelt Act, when it came in, was actually what allowed us to bring the water into Ontario Boulevard. There was through that process, we as a council, the previous council, they could deem it a health risk, not just the medical officer of health. So that was how we got them water after years and years and years and years of trying to do that. We thought that was a huge, huge win because they do have a right to quality water. And I'm a big defender of the Greenbelt, and I recognize that. But we're in a different situation here now with interpretation, where if you don't like the answer, you can interpret it differently, and that happens all the time. But I think it is a fair process that we have. I don't want to put the responsibility, the financial payment, onto the rest of the tax base who have already paid for their hookups, because some of them, there's a lot of people are really struggling out there to make those ends meet, and that just perpetuates another problem because it is a thin wedge in. There are a lot of people that would like hookup that live next to a main line, and they're just waiting for some changes so they can do it too. I'm empathetic, you know, to some of the challenges there, but I know that our staff are working with those residents. And I'm very satisfied that things will work out at the end of the day. And I think the regulation is very clear, and I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Recorded vote, please, Chair.
Recorded vote called by Mayor Collier.
The vote is open. Councillor Leahy. The vote is closed.
Okay, it is defeated. Members of council, on 11.1, there is a recommendation. I need a mover and a seconder.
So I would move the recommendation in 11.1 at page 52, sir.
Seconded by Councillor Chapman. Questions? Councillor Joe Neal.
So as part of this, I do recall, are there payment accommodations that can be put in place 15 years? I think you can amortize it, no interest. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, Mr.
Or
Hunt?
is it a low rate of interest, or what was that exactly?
Mr. Hunt?
15 years preferential interest. I don't have the interest rate off the top of my head, but it was a preferential rate of interest. It's the region's, I think, rate of interest.
And if somebody chose that option, was there, I think there was previous direction that it had to get registered on title. Is that going to happen?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? 3 opposed, 3? That's carried. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Other business. There is no other business. Just before we go to bylaws, Councillor Neal.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Taylor for all her work. Ms. Taylor and I have been doing this for a few years. Going back to her time at Clarington, I always appreciate her work. I may disagree with the end result, but I always say to her, it's not your work, it's the policy behind it that I disagree with. But anyway, thanks, Ms. Taylor. Okay? I'll be visiting you frequently.
So as we go forward, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of the staff, the commissioners, and especially the people in finance for the great work they've done. But I also want to take the opportunity to thank the chairs of committees. So Mayor Mitchell, Mayor Foster, Mayor Ryan, Councillor Chapman for your leadership in committees, for Councillor Ash at Durham Police with the Police Services Board, to Mayor Carter with that local housing corporation, or not-for-profit housing corporation, to Councillor Chapman for the local housing corporation, for Mayor Collier, the great work that you've done on transit, and all of members of council for participating in this budget. It has been one of the probably, I believe, one of the best budget processes that we've ever had. I want to thank staff, but I really want to thank you for the work that you did in committee before we got here today, so thank you. Councillor Ash, you have a motion to adopt the bylaws, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, did I mention that it's Ash Wednesday?
You mentioned it was
Okay.
Ash Wednesday.
It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Anderson that bylaws numbers 05-2020 to 11-2020 inclusive be passed.
Okay. On the bylaws, comments or questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Confirming bylaw, please, Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Anderson that bylaw number 12-2020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on the 26th day of February 2020 be passed.
On the confirming bylaw, comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. On adjournment, Councillor Brenner, would you make the motion, please? Move for adjournment. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Lee, all those in favor of adjournment? Opposed? None, that carries. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy Ash Wednesday.